Someone get rid of that. I don't think I've classed this as a old teen.
My apologies for the breakup in sound and signal coming from this stream, which I'm co-streaming on behalf of Local Experiments UK. He's given kind permission for me to do this. So my apologies for the breaking sound. I will be coming back shortly if things start to happen. We shall sort this out. I'll keep my eye on things.
Today's protest we're in Parliament Square, London. Reporting on the anti invasion of the illegals coming into this society, not welcome here. Spending our tax monies. That's what I disagree on. I don't want my tax money going towards this. I'd rather have that spent on something useful. The last 2 years, they've been shouting, save the children, save the children. So this is the best way to cut budget. Cut this, cut funding towards immigration and spend that money on the children. Hello, Agent X. Yeah, I think I'm going to stay in this position here as the police have formed up where I was pointing to camera to earlier, where I zoomed to. They're still there, so I'm going to wait around here, lurk around here, just in case. their approach. If they don't approach in 10 minutes, I'll make a move to the front. You can call it that. Being is bewildering. Yeah, we've got the on a protest. As the poster said, protest against the invasion of illegals coming into this country. How should we deal with them? What's the best way to deal with immigration? Does the current system work? Um, what laws could be changed? We have to, at the end of the day, this is why I like going with the conspiracy protests and the freedom protests, because they're anti-government. This is it. This is the problem. It's the government. They always go outside Parliament Square, Downing Street. I've even seen them outside Buckingham Palace going crazy. Hello, Ice Chain. Hello, HE Media. Come on, guys, if you haven't smashed the like button yet, smash it now. Last week, when I saw the poster, at the same time the poster got released, there was news out that there will be a strike this week with regards to the tubes and the trains. And I thought everything was fine.
Oh, don't quite know what's going on here or why that's working. But there we go. Put that back on. Fine, got a few things sorted out. Good afternoon, folks. I just thought I'd get permission to stream what's happening over in London at the moment. Good morning, Carl. Or good afternoon, I should say. Yeah, I'm getting the same problem as Britain, sir. Good morning, review sniffer G Nuts. Glad the sound's working okay. I wasn't 100% certain. I'll stop sharing for now. If there is anything which is going on, I'll come back to it. But if anybody wants to come up and have a chat, I'm going to put the link out there just to see how we should, what we can sort out, what we can talk about, like do demonstrations work, for instance, or is it just a load of, a waste of time? So I'll pin the link there if anybody would like to come up. Don't forget, you may get asked to do a dance, a jig or something like that. We shall see. But see if anybody wants to come up. I wasn't expecting Local to go live today with this because he indicated yesterday he wasn't going to, but I'm glad he did. It gives us something to talk about at the end of the day, which again is pretty good at the moment. There's not a lot happening. He keeps losing his signal, unfortunately, but that's just the way that it goes. But yeah, we'll come back to that shortly. So let's see what's going on. Not a lot. Good stream we had yesterday. If you're wondering why there's a silly face going on, well, people keep wanting to see my face so they can clip it. I don't know why. So giving them a hint of what it's like, so to speak. But I will keep turning my camera off every now and again because for some reason, when I start drinking, whatever I'm drinking, it cuts the camera angle off. So sorry about that. That's better. Nice bit of San Miguel. Don't know whether you can see it there. Probably not. No, it's not working properly. But yeah, we're going to be live, going to follow this, see how it goes. I'm going to go back to the live stream short in a second. And all things being equal, yeah. Oh, right, okay. I dare you to come up and say that to me, Mr. BBA. How dare you? You know, did I get a makeover? No, this is one of my faces. Only one. So let's go back and see what's happening over in London while I share the screen. And the sound, of course.
Are we marching now?
Hi, Cat Watcher. How you doing, mate?
Yeah, here we're gonna. We see the numbers now. A good turnout.
The protest is over illegal immigration and the government's stance on it. Morning or afternoon, Radio Jonesy.
As many as over 1,000 heads now.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you doing? Hello. Wondering if he...
Not too bad, mate. Not too bad.
Yeah, I did ask permission before I started streaming this.
We've got another YouTuber, James Scott. Go check out his channel.
Yeah, local's good like that. We don't mind, I think.
The question I've got is, does demonstrations actually work?
Fucking hell, man.
Shane, the stream's breaking up.
Fucking listen. Protests don't really work, do they?
They used to, but not anymore. I think it's a good publicity, but that's about all.
The tyranny's too strong these days, mate.
I wonder what Hippie thinks. Do demonstrations work in America?
They don't work in America either. Listen, they cause unrest,
and they cause a lot of disruption to the people that you want them to cause disruption to. So, I mean,
Hello, D-Whip.
fantastic, but I don't think it's like that protest that's going on in Shenstone, right?
Yeah.
Are a weapons manufacturer or a weapons dealer, are they really going to close down just because there are a few people camped outside? I think not.
No, but it highlights to the press if it ever gets picked up, which is, I'm not talking mainstream, I'm talking about people like yourself, you know, you're highlighting things.
What are you on about? I'm bigger than Sky News these days.
I believe so. I believe so. Jonesy's Radio Jonesy said, I think it shows the powers that be people are turning.
Yeah. So I'm not against it. I'm all for protesting, but I just don't know if it works, you know.
I think peaceful protests work, to be honest. Although there are a lot of YouTubers who will argue that point.
Right, let's make a move.
It looks as though Local's moving off.
Next Sunday, I'm going to cover the Tory fucking party fucking conference thing. It's all this week, isn't it?
Where's it being held?
Birmingham.
Oh, right. Oh, you might get within 10 metres. Nah. I think last year it was held in Manchester, and Veach ran some things on there. Rugops, how are you, mate? The only thing protests do these days is to give the police a chance to infiltrate groups and to collect intel videos on anti-establishment folk. They've done that for years and years.
Let's not remember that the police at a protest are there to facilitate the protesters, or that's what their job's meant to be.
Radio Jonesy, do you want your camera on, mate, or off? Thumbs up or thumbs down for your camera? Thumbs up. All right. Hello, how you doing?
Yeah. I'm great. Just having a look at the web and seeing what's going on.
First time here. Congratulations, you made it to the Grim Reaper radio show.
Well, I love the name.
Welcome to this shithole called London.
Yeah, the Brit shit show.
Is it true? I heard the other day. Is it true that the new Prime Minister gets another 4 years?
No, until election day. Then hopefully they'll get rid of the cow and we'll get another party in to fuck up the country.
Yeah, so
whoever wins, the government still gets in.
Here we go, guys.
Boycott the fucking government.
Now on
a 4-year term or whatever it is.
Yeah, it's 4 years, four and a half, something like that. I think.
Marching through the streets of London.
Looks like Local's got a police escort there, doesn't it?
It does. It's actually nice footage.
You're protesting.
I said last night I wanted to try and do different things, and this is one of the things I wanted to try and do, was get permission to stream other people's things and comment on it as we go along, especially when it keeps breaking up.
Yeah.
And considering it's in the capital, you'd expect to get a decent signal time, wouldn't you, for streaming?
Yeah, but who would have thought years ago you'd have someone with a camera or a phone like this and broadcasting it worldwide to little old me in Tasmania and everyone else that's
You know what it is?
tuning
You've got so many people live streaming at the same time that it fucks with everybody else's.
Is that what it is? But
And then you've got, I believe, at protests like this, I do believe that they use things like signal blockers in order to disrupt with the signals.
I could be about 7 or 8 minutes behind. I've just picked up the feed. This is direct off Local's channel. So
yeah,
he's either on a bike or he's walking fast.
Yeah, I think he's on a bike.
I was about to say that's way too quick to be on a bike, on foot.
Yeah, he's actually got an electric bike.
Nice.
You keep saying how wonderful it is. Well, I suppose if you live in big city, it might be worthwhile investing in one. But I don't think it's very good for doing shopping.
I guess not.
But when it rains.
Yeah. So where are you from, Radio Jonesy?
Tasmania. Yeah.
Tasmania.
Yeah.
The other side of the world.
Yeah, for sure.
We've got any devils over there?
We have.
We're doing meeting some.
We got a few.
All right, good.
I've actually got a kangaroo in my yard right now.
Have you?
Just outside the door.
Ah. Oh, the wildlife must be good.
It's only a little one, but he's having a feed on the grass.
If someone can find Jonesy's chat, can you put it in the chat, please, so that people can go over and have a look and show the love and the support.
Yeah, well,
Don't like using the sub these days.
No, I'm not here for that anyway. I'm just come to say hi.
No, I know. Yeah, well, I'm one of the friendly creators. I just let anybody, put out their own channels or put links out, etc. for people. Sharing is caring, I believe.
And are you an old DJ, or are you? The name of your show just interested me straight away as soon as I
I'm old. Many years ago, I used to work in the clubs in Manchester, over here. So from that point of view, yes. I wanted a platform for each, hence the reason why we got the website. I've moved more over into YouTube at the moment, though.
He's getting arrested.
Right.
Someone's been arrested.
Couple of small ones. Just out the door there.
Police are taking prisoners. Hello, Rasta. How you doing, mate? Thanks for your message. I caught it early on this morning.
Police must be bored.
So this is all about the illegal people coming into the country, isn't it?
Yeah, and how we should be dealing with them.
Yeah, it's.
We got far too many coming in on the daily.
Well,
I agree.
The island, yeah. Sorry. The island you're on, like obviously Great Britain, is so small compared to the population that you got when you're an Australian living where we live with only 26 million. Yeah,
that's crazy, isn't it? 26 million.
Yeah,
and you look at the land mass of your country, it's huge. I mean, the amount of times you could probably put the British Isles into Australia is probably tenfold, you know.
Yeah, it's like the island of Tasmania has got 500,000, and that's Well, it's like to drive from one end to the other is about 5 hours. So if you put that in perspective to where you guys live, yeah, it's 500,000 people. We've got plenty of land.
Thing is, like, it's funny, like, we can have, like, yourself, Jonesy, right, lives the other side of the world. That's your look on it, right? Like, you're a very small country, so you can see them why it is so many of us over here, right, want to get our backs up, and we get angry by the fact of how many are being let in daily. You know, we aren't talking legal migrants; these are illegal migrants. Illegal
Yeah.
migrants that, you know, to be honest, from the minute they land here, they're welcomed in with open arms. There's no hostility by us at all. There's nothing there to deter them from wanting to come here, you know, not even from the, like I say, the reception they get when they land here. It's all very friendly.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think that's the big problem for us, like, is the fact that we know how much of a small island we are. And we're already overpopulated just in ourselves, and that's for ourselves. And, reproduction, people have families. There's some big families, not so big families, but we ourselves as a nation kind of fill that population rather quickly. However, when we're looking at all the other places in the world that people are seeking to try and, seek refuge in our country from their own, and you just wonder, like, if it doesn't stop soon,
Right, let's continue.
what is this country going to be like, mate? You know, we can barely facilitate ourselves, let alone anybody else. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, for sure. It's like I'm growing up.
I have an apology to.
Requests are being made, guys.
And it's all crackly.
I accidentally timed cop out. Didn't mean to.
Oh, we always mean to time you out.
No. I was trying to make him blue so no one could time him out, and I did the opposite. Made him blue and timed him out. So
I'm only joking.
My apologies.
There's and then if we dare speak up against it, if we dare speak out against it, we're all classed as being racist. If you want to defend your borders, if you want to speak out about that, you're racist. It's just fucking crazy.
I'm hearing you.
Well, I disagree with that, because I think the problem is that I have no issues myself personally with people coming in legitimately. The issue that I have is the people who play on it and rip us off as a country
7, 8 vans
for millions of pounds through the services we provide.
7, 8 vans. They hold.
Well, the old rule in business
people,
and anything is follow the money. Wherever the money lands, that's usually
people
where where either the good things or the bad things are.
50 officers on the jury right now.
Well, there's usually somebody making money behind it all, and these people who risk their lives coming over from France, they're getting ripped off. And I think surely there's a better way of doing things.
Our government stopped the boats. The boats used to come over. They all used to get to Indonesia and as close as they could to Australia. They'd get on the boats and they'd come across like overloaded. And we used to take them to another island, and then we'd try to work out who's who in the zoo and bring most of them in. But now they've just started turning the boats around about 2 years ago, and it just completely stopped them because no one was getting in. And like, we do accept, we have a huge migrant intake, from all over the world here. But it is like unusual. The different governments too. Like one government was soft on the boats, and they just kept coming. And then the next government come in, and they just said, "No, we can't put up with this. We will stop the boats if you vote for us." Yeah. They got voted in, and the boats got turned around.
Yeah, I mean, was it going back a few years ago? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm sure I read something that the Australian government had even threatened to kind of like blow a boat completely out the water unless it turned around.
Yeah, for sure. Yep, that
You
was
know,
going on.
why can't we be taking off?
Because we're too left wing in the government in some ways, and in other ways we're too right wing. There's no middle ground at all these days.
Yeah, it's like the average Joe who goes to work, pays his taxes, comes home. Well, they sort of got listened to at that stage, and the government's changed. But since then, the governments have changed again. So we've got back in Labor and Liberals are out, but we don't see on the news anymore if the boats are coming in. So I don't think they are.
Anybody else who wants to come up and join in, you're more than welcome to. Just a quick reminder, people who've got spanners, if I find that there's people doing what they were doing before and causing problems with others, you will be out on a permanent basis. I think that's fair.
What was happening, Grim?
We're having people timing people out, banning people for no reason.
Personal vendetta kind of things.
Yeah, and you know the score in here. Leave your crap at the door. By all means, come in and be respectful to everybody. You know, that way we can get more people in from across different areas, and hopefully we can get on.
Yeah, that's the way it should be, mate.
So what big cities have changed demographically in Britain? As in whether it's Asian or whatever.
Well, we've still got the same makeup of multicultural societies.
Well, yeah, but let's be honest. Over the last 20 years, the amount of Eastern Europeans in this country's definitely rose.
Right. Yeah. Well,
would you not agree with that, Grim?
Yeah, I'd also say over the last 2 years, the numbers have down slightly because the work dried up.
Well, that'll do it.
But if people are coming over here to work, I have no issues with it at all. You know, if people are coming over here to sponge off the state, then I do have a problem with that, because for the amount of money I pay in tax, I feel as if I'm being ripped off on a personal basis, because that's what they're doing, you know. And the government are now looking at ways to penny pinch, such as stopping people over the age of 60 getting free prescriptions because they can't afford it.
We need, I think we need more towns and cities being built.
Well, I've
pointed this out before, that the last town or city to be kind of like built in this country was Milton Keynes, as far as I'm aware. And I believe that was kind of being constructed and put together, in the 70s, 80s?
Yep.
Yeah, so since then, we've not really had any new city, any new town built, you know, but the amount of people that we've taken over those last 20, 30 years it's unreal, mate. It's unreal. and it's having a massive effect on them people being able to be housed, whether it be housing is a big problem now, isn't it?
Yeah,
Well,
waiting
Even like
waiting lists has gone through the roof. You know, for property.
even like the amount of bedrooms for a property, like it's changed very much so. Like how much in high demand is like a 3-bedroom house? Massively in demand.
Not enough of them at all.
Exactly.
How you doing, mate?
It's the same here, you know. It's exactly the same, and it's the same in America. Well, maybe not in America, but
It is. Yeah, it is the same in America. I'm in contact with a lot of Americans, and part of the problem is social housing, but they've got a totally different structure, which is built around greed.
Well, I go to America quite regularly, so middle America mainly. I sort of keep away from the edges.
Yeah.
But out here, we've got the same housing problems. I'll tell you what, we've got a staff shortage or worker shortage problems in Tasmania. There's more jobs. They're bringing back retirees to work because they haven't got enough workers to do the jobs that are out there.
See, this is this side of the argument, right? Where I'm not saying it excuses it, but if I was to throw another argument, so I didn't seem like I was just one-sided, right? Is a lot of the problems we have with migrants and stuff coming over to find cheap labour, it's kind of our own fault. For many years, we've been a very lazy nation. There's many people that don't want to go out and work. There's many people that turn their nose up at what the wage is. So when we kind of got that mentality here, which is very much like very work shy, I feel, in this country, or it has been over recent years, that part of it, you can't really blame the fact that, you know, some guy from another country is willing to come and do your job for a slightly cheaper rate.
Well, I wouldn't say that it's down to like a slightly cheaper rate. I think the problem is that people won't do the jobs even for the basic wage, living wage, minimum wage. That's the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah, look at during COVID months, man. They were looking for people to go and pick veg and stuff out the fields, man. No one was doing it. No one wanted it. No one wanted the work. So instead, the migrants were getting the work. But then many people will sit back and go, "Oh, the migrants taking all our jobs." Well, maybe if we weren't so lazy as a nation, then that wouldn't be the case.
I totally agree, and that is the biggest problem. And I think that people are too quick to jump on the wagon as well. That's the other thing which I've got an issue with. I don't think people are deliberately racist. I don't think that this march is about racism. I think there may be some people involved in it who are using that as a weapon, if you like. But I think it's really about securing people's lives, because if we can stop people from coming in illegally, we're protecting them.
Is racism not like almost like a natural thing within all of us? And listen, I don't mean like to outright just call somebody something, a racist name, right, in order to hurt them. But I mean, like, aren't we all like naturally? No, it's in the cupboard. Is it not naturally like I don't know, man. We're all just like tribal, aren't we? We're very much programmed. It's within our nature. We're all very tribal. Where if you know where you're from in your part of the world, right? I'm sure you'll defend your country and you'll be for your country before any other. And the same as what we are here. I think the word racism and racist is bandied around far too much. Far too much. You only have to want to protect your own to be classed as a racist. Like, because I want to protect my own. That doesn't make me racist, man. Come on.
No, I'll tell you what. We're the small island, and we're sort of we've got a thing against the big island. in Australia. So we don't like they call them mainlanders. Mainlanders coming down, taking the jobs.
Yeah, we have that. There's a few little islands around the British Isles, a bit like the Isle of Wight, which my partner's actually from the Isle of Wight, and it's very much the same. None of them seem to like the mainlanders. Like they've got a huge problem with the mainlanders, like as if they're almost like their own little nation themselves. It's quite comical, really.
Well, look at Guernsey. Guernsey's got its own parliament, its own laws, and they're screaming out for people to come over from the mainland, so to speak, because there's work there and there's not enough people to do the work.
That's our problem.
Maybe I might go move to Guernsey, man.
Hey, it's cheaper.
Sounds nice. Sounds lovely. That's where Matt Letizia, is that where he comes from?
Yeah, Guernsey, man. I might have to look into that. Go live in Guernsey. Not many people there, is there? Nice and quiet.
No, it is, and it's very small. There's a bus service that goes around the island.
They don't all have like 6 fingers and 6 toes, though, do they?
No, it's 7 and 8.
They say that about us too. Don't you worry about that.
Hello, Ministry. They have over there lower tax as well. So it's, if you get a job over there, you can actually save for a change. I mean, in a way, we would be doing something similar to what the migrants are doing when they come over here. They get a job, they save, and they send money home. What's the issue? I've got a friend who spent the last 3.5 years over in Guernsey, working over there. He saved a fortune, sent a load of money home for his wife. I don't see any difference, personally.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I like living in a smaller community, a smaller island, and friendlier people. It's just
more close-knit community.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, I used to live in a very small village in Derbyshire, and I think I probably knew by face most people.
Everyone.
Oh, is it? No, it's not kicking.
You know what? We used to still have that, though, in a lot of towns in this country. We used to still have that in a lot of towns in this country, didn't we? Like quite close-knit communities. We don't anymore.
No.
This little fella's coming close to the door here.
Not sure what's going on there. A lot of coppers standing around doing fuck all as usual.
That's the last thing I want to be killed.
Did I just hear that right? It's the last thing I want to.
I can probably take. I'll use my hometown as an, for instance, yeah. And a lot of people that are older than me will probably say, "Oh, that's not the case." But I take like my hometown, yeah. My hometown even used to be like quite close knit. A lot of people knew everybody, and people used to. That's not really the case anymore. And again, the town's slowly been filled up with loads of Eastern Europeans, and I don't know, man. Do you know what? I can go visit my own hometown now, yeah, and it don't even feel like my hometown anymore. Like it just doesn't. I don't know. It doesn't have that feel of home about it anymore.
Yeah, I
it's like going
that.
to a foreign country. It's like genuinely, and people can say, "Oh, you racist for saying." I'm not. I'm just stating a fact that going into my hometown is like walking into like you could literally, if I was to blindfold you and dump you in my hometown and take the blindfold off and tell you, "Oh, I've put you in a foreign country," you'd believe it, mate. You'd genuinely think you're in a foreign country.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that for you, Rasta. You are not allowed to hold a demonstration in the UK unless you follow the correct process and procedures. And it's the police who give the final say.
Yeah, that's the same here. You got to apply for a license to do a protest, and you got to be in certain spots, and you can't block roadways, and you can't do this and you can't do that. Otherwise, the organisers of the protest get fined and jailed.
Yeah. Well, they want to bring in a new bit of legislation, a bit of law, which will stop people from causing inconveniences to others, such as gluing their hands to the floor. So anything like that, which has been used in the past, will become illegal. You know, I agree totally. This is planned, and there will be infiltrators probably from all sides within March, causing trouble causes. It wouldn't surprise me if it kicked off, to be honest.
I have to agree with Jose. Like, when you look at it, right, there's no other excuse behind it apart from what I can find, and that's that they want to cause divide. They want divide. They don't want people getting on. That doesn't kind of fit their narrative, man. If we all got on and lived in, like, close knit communities again, that would go completely against what they're out to achieve. These rich and elite.
Yeah,
I believe anyway. It doesn't fit their narrative and the direction they're trying to take us in.
Yeah, Ras has got a good point there. That's the problem. People following rules instead of standing up against people in power. That was sort of tried in the 80s, and it really did upset the status quo when the riots happened in different countries, and they just blamed the wrong people instead of accepting that they were right. They were in the wrong. The government at the time.
You know what people have forgot as well, Grim? Like, we're the ones that put them there. As well as our own government. I think our own government forget that. Like, we are the ones that put you there. And as far as the way I look at it is, if we're the ones that put you there, we're really the ones that can take that all away from them. Yeah. Well, that's the way it should be. But unfortunately, there's not enough people that are willing to band together and almost take that leap of faith into the unknown. Yeah, you only got to look at our country, man. We with the Queen's gone, right? We should have all just stood up, mate, and caused a revolution. That's what we should have done. Yeah, I believe there'd be enough people to do that.
I don't know if you understand how much that meant in Australia. You know, when the Queen passed,
it meant more to you guys than it did us. Well, do you know what, mate? I learned that when that happened, and I was very much like an advocate of like trying to put it out there. The Queen's died, let's show some respect. The amount of people that were coming into my live streams and like showing a lack of respect and like almost actually were advocates of seeing our monarchy fall. And it's really strange because I sit on these panels and I listen to people use the term dinghy divers and illegal immigrants, and everybody wants to talk about this, but everybody wants to take away like the traditions of this country at the same time. It's like, which one is it? Are you against fucking us losing, our traditions and our culture, or are you not? Because it seems like I seem to see people that don't want the dinghy divers, they don't want all this, but at the same time, they're willing to see that our traditions in this country just disappear. It's kind of a shame. And then I spoke to Australians since she died, and it's like, you guys over there, man, seem to hold that royal family in a higher regard than what we do here. I think it's a bit of a shame.
Like the school kids got upset because that picture is in every classroom, in every hallway, in every place you go. That's the Queen, that's the Queen, that's the Queen, and they mightn't think too much of it, but then when that time's come and then the kids realize there's changes, and and the whole scenario, but it's like part of your daily life over here is, even though we're Australians, like we've got the history, and I wish we had your history. Your history goes way, way, way back.
Yeah, everyone wants to pick faults in it. Like everyone's too quick to go, but the Queen wasn't English. Fucking hell, neither was half the fucking monarchs before her. You know, like, like I don't know. Like, I understand people's arguments against the monarch and how they sometimes feel like they don't really do anything, or when you look at certain things like what's been going on with Prince Andrew and what he's been scrutinized for and things. Like, I get all that, but at the same time, it's like once you take that monarchy away, you've got to ask yourself what's really left of the English tradition, the English history. What's left of it if you take that away?
No,
We live in a country, Jonesy, where if you fly the flag, right? When we have like the Euros, the football, the Euro competition, or we have the World Cup, right? We're made to feel ashamed because a couple of people in your area will want to complain that you're waving your national flag, and I've seen it where the police have actually, you know, gone round to people's houses and asked them, "Can you take your flag down because you're offending your neighbours?" I mean. Seriously, mate, this has happened. This has been known to happen. It happened 4 years ago at the last World Cup. You know, the pubs and stuff weren't willing to fly the flag anymore because of the amount of grief that they were getting from people in the local area. Like, that's crazy to think that you're in your own country and you can't fly your flag.
Oh man, I had this conversation today with a couple of Americans where I live on a hill, and I said, "Geez, I'd love to put a flagpole in the backyard and fly, like a pretty large flag." And they're, Americans are right into that. But I said, so why we should, because we're on a hill and we get a lot of breeze, we should have a nice flag flying on the hill because this is our little part of our paradise.
Of course, man.
Touching on the royal family, the only reason why I'm sorry, I realised I thought you stopped.
Grim, I'm going to come in on my other phone. I'm going to come in on my other phone because the battery's going to die on this one, buddy. All right. I'm just going to come in on my other device. It'll be 2 seconds, mate.
There's a little flag.
Oh yeah.
No boxing kangaroo.
I like it.
Anyway.
Afternoon, Anne-Marie. Sorry.
Undercover in the.
I didn't say it earlier. Thanks for joining us. If you want to come up and say hello, you just the link's pinned at the top. I'm not for the royal family, as quite a few people know, and there's a reason for it. It costs the taxpayer so much money; it's unbelievable. Yes, they do. From a publicity point of view, going around publicising various things. Yes, they do bring money in.
Is it HU?
But all that which was spent on the recent funeral, all that was a waste of money. I mean, when people, other mothers died, was there such an outcry in the last 2 years? No. A lot of people were told you can't even go to the funeral. So for me, in some ways, I think it's a little bit of
my eyes aren't looking.
Yeah, but it's it's not a waste of money, man. Listen, maybe it is a waste of money. Like, it's quite fancy, isn't it? It's not the normal kind of setting for a funeral, the average person. But bro, she ain't the average person.
That was history. Like,
do you think people used to sit around many years ago and question the Queen or the King's fucking funeral or wedding? No, they didn't, because they knew their place. These days, we seem to think that, like, fucking, I don't know. No one knows their place anymore, man. Like, I probably sound like a bit of a tyrant. Like, I'm like, yeah, everyone should fucking be told what they're doing, but.
hang on.
Keep some of that tradition, Graham. Keep some of that tradition in this country.
Hang on. James has got a point. Should have just dumped her in the Thames. Now that would make a royal floater. However, I thought it was illegal to pollute
That
the
would,
Thames.
yeah.
But
You know what I mean? You're all cruel bastards, really.
That footage.
well, I just say it's how it is, you know. As long as it's within the terms of service, of course.
That was history in the making. I tell you, like they'll look back on that in, like 50 years from now, 100 years from now, and they'll be, singing the praises of what a wonderful send off, But
Exactly. It's
we
I don't
live
disagree.
we live in the generation, Grim, where we lived in the lifetime where we had the longest reigning monarch. That's something to be proud of, surely. Many years ago, everyone would have been proud to have a monarch that lasted fucking X amount of years.
I think
The longest tyrant in the world.
Yeah,
you're right.
Man.
The one who covered up more things from the Church of England than anybody else. I can think, the list goes on. Prince Andrew was eventually stripped of his princehood, etc. And
all right, let's take for instance. Look, okay, right? And I know she still comes under the royal family, so again, a lot of people still won't give a shit, right? But look at everybody that absolutely worshipped the ground that Princess Diana walked on, yeah? What about her? Why does no one ever question her? She was very good friends with Jimmy Savile. Very, very good friends with Jimmy Savile. Why is Princess Diana's credibility never questioned? But the Queen's is, and so is everybody else within that monarchy. How come everybody's always fucking... But yet Princess Diana gets this free pass. I can think of many of people that she used to associate with that are dodgy as fuck.
I agree with you there, Bear, to be honest, but the difference is that she married into the royal family, and she found that she was not only did she have a brain, but she knew how to use it as well.
You know what? I used to know, right? I didn't know, Grib. Sorry, Grib. Go on, carry on, mate.
I was going to say, if you're looking from a point of view of publicity, she was probably the best person of the royal family that did anything in the way of good publicity and the things that she did. I mean, walking through minefields, etc. You can't fault it.
Has anyone watched the documentary on Jimmy Savile on Netflix? I started watching that last night, right? I knew little bits, right? But I started watching it last night, and
I'll be back in a minute.
I didn't realise that, Jimmy Savile was advising that royal family. There's letters upon letters from Jimmy Savile to Prince Charles, and then replies back. And he was kind of, I don't know, you'd have to go watch it, man, because I was half asleep when I was watching it last night. But he was advising that royal family, on a lot of things, the way they should conduct themselves, and certain things that should be kept quiet and should never. I just find that crazy. That Jimmy Savile's had, he was in a lot of contact with Prince Charles. And if you look at some of the letters that were wrote back by Prince Charles to Jimmy Savile, Prince Charles used to kind of hold him in very high regard.
Right.
Listen to him, seem to take his advice on things. Like I say, it's on Netflix, man. It's very interesting. I can't remember what it's called without going and firing up Netflix. But it's one of the most recent documentaries on Jimmy Savile.
Hey, do you find now this format of live YouTube has taken a new aspect of reality television? Like, this is the new reality television. Like, my wife will be in.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I think it depends on the live streams, Jonesy, if I'm honest.
Oh, there's some quality ones out there, and there's some, funny ones.
Yeah, that's what I mean. There's what I call the live community, right? Which is where in the 15 months I've been on YouTube, I've watched for instance, I'm part of the auditing community, right? So I've watched auditors kind of be at war with one another as well, right? And there's been a lot of frictions between auditors when there probably shouldn't have been. And then I think what's happened is you get like the viewers that kind of start to get sick of that, right? So a few viewers over time have then started up their own channels, but they don't necessarily have a channel where they put up content. It might just be basically just for live streams and these open panels, yeah.
Yeah.
So just because they're just an open panel where anyone can come on and chat, that sense of what you just said there, I kind of compare it to Big Brother. Remember the show Big Brother?
Oh yeah.
I kind of compare it to that, where you kind of take a load of people from different backgrounds that don't know each other. You throw them on these panels, and sometimes it can be brilliant, and like it can be, I don't know, a moment of magic, yeah. Or it can be the complete opposite, where it's a complete car crash and everyone's arguing and biting chunks out of each other.
I've met some wonderful people. I'm like a retired radio guy, so I do a few radio shows from right here where I'm sitting, and send them out in Dropbox, and do little bits and pieces now. But 6 or 7 weeks ago, I started thinking, I'll get involved and put up a few videos and then join a few chats. And I've been the last 6 weeks is really I've been just meeting some crazy people, some great people, some funny people. To me, it's like walking into a strange bar, sitting at a table with a few strangers and saying, "How you going, mate?"
Yeah. The nice thing about it is the way we can all network, and I think that's just the power of social media, isn't it? And we're all coming together now, like globally, is what I think is happening, and it's happening more in the last couple of years with everything that's gone on the last 2 to 3 years. Everyone's had enough, and they're coming to platforms like this where they're realizing that actually it's not just their fellow friends in the same nation, but actually you can be the other side of the world, and we're experiencing the same.
Oh man.
The way they're suppressing our rights and things. I used to always look at Australia, mate, and think Australia is a very free country. They very much stick up for their own, and they try and protect everything about the history of the country. Then I look at the way you've all been treated over the COVID years, if you like, and that really surprised me on what stance Australia took with that. I never in my life thought that it would be Australia to do what they done to you people.
It depended on where you lived as well. So if you lived in Victoria, they had a very strict lockdown, and if you lived in Sydney, it was a bit freer. New South Wales, Queensland were going crazy with power. Northern Territory, just like Northern Territorians, they don't care. They don't they don't give a rat's about anything up there. They just like beer, sunshine, and good times. Western Australia was like their own separate country, and Tasmania down here was completely locked off to everybody. There was no tourists. There was no people from the mainland coming across. We were completely isolated. But it was like going back in time. It was quite enjoyable, actually, quite lifestyle. Plenty of money around. Plenty of people.
I guess like where you are in the world as well. Like, I'm not saying you guys live in unrest, but like, must be unnerving sometimes to think that you live so close to a country like China.
Oh, man. They get closer too, like.
And they get exactly, bro. Yeah,
they're buying off the Pacific Islands, and with money, with like donations to the local governments to build hospitals and freeways and infrastructure, but in return they want deep sea ports and places to put submarines and battleships. So it's a bit unnerving.
Do you think when China, and I think it is a case of when and not if, when China tried to move in on Taiwan, do you think that will cause a much do you think that will affect you as a nation much?
All depends what America does. If America does something, we just step right behind them from that. Like, so, and the troubling times they're having in America now is
The dogs
is
in
the
the
worry.
cages. Direct.
Yeah.
But who knows, mate? Who knows what goes on?
But
I
yeah,
think
definitely, like I say, people do definitely come together more. And the fact that we can do this all, like, I can speak to somebody from Australia now, and we're sitting and we're talking about these concerns, and we're finding that we're both experiencing the same kind of concerns. We don't feel so alone. We don't feel like it's, we don't feel so hard done by, like it's just us. And I think, you know what, too much time on these panels gets spent talking about what we could do to change things. Listen, I'm not trying to put a downer on things, but I think realistically, we can't change nothing. But what we can do is, between us all on these panels, is we can sit and we can start prepare. And it's how we prepare for these things that we think are going to happen in the future, rather than how we can try and stop them from happening. Because the truth is, we can't stop them, but we can all sit here and prepare ourselves for the best we can for the unknown, I guess.
I wish I got involved in politics years ago, because for one, everyone seems to be sitting pretty, but in two, it's like I'm a sort of a person who likes to help and organize and assist when I can, but you just don't see enough of that. You just see people in power who are there for themselves more than, or their team or their party or their politics, instead of everyone.
Let's go back.
I think that's everywhere, unfortunately.
Yeah, definitely will.
Fuel prices, like you look at fuel prices, it doesn't matter where you are in the world, it's the same drama. Everyone's got that like they took taxes off the fuel here to make it stay cheaper. Well, those taxes are going back on in about 2 weeks, and our fuel prices are about to jump another, I don't know, $2.50 a litre or whatever it's going to.
It's too. And like I said yesterday on the panel, right, and I've said it a couple of times over the last couple of weeks that it's come out, is something was released in the media not a couple of weeks ago, how companies like BP have made some of their biggest profits ever. So these people, it's not like they're having to pay any more expensive, or it's costing them any more. That's not the case at all. They're taking some of the biggest profits they've ever taken. So why is it we're all being charged so much? If they're making so much, why are we now being charged so much? It makes no sense.
Yeah, but where are they going?
When we were all told, and we're always being told that, like, we're looking to try and bring energy at a more affordable rate for you. Bollocks, man.
What about power prices, where schools now are getting charged so much in electricity?
There's a lot of light streamers out.
They're going to have to whack extraordinary fees up, or they're going to have to turn, like teach in the dark and all this sort of stuff, keep the heating costs down. Like, how crazy is the world going when that's going to happen?
I see a tyrant.
I have to agree with what you're saying, and what Bear said. We're no longer feel as if we're on our own. We can talk across the world, and we find also that we have so much in common. And I think that trying to band together and building a proper community, which can help. You say we can't make any change, but we have the power to, unless, of course, YouTube lives go down, which is what happened yesterday.
Listen, I probably change can be made. Of course, change can be made. I've probably said that wrong, but
I didn't see what he did.
more than being able to make an instant change, which nothing can happen overnight. What we can be doing more of is definitely, as I say, preparing ourselves in a better way. How are we all gonna cope over the winter months? How are we gonna cope over the winter months when it's getting colder, and how are we gonna do that? And I think that's what it's all about. And I may be doing that, and if people can start doing that more in their actual local communities as well, we're all going to be in better stead.
They were talking over
I
here.
believe.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, carry on, Josie.
Oh, they're talking over here about heating. In my house here, like in Tasmania, right, we're the closest to the South Pole in the continent of Australia, so we get some Arctic winds, and so we get some very cold, not very cold winters. Like we're probably one of the coldest places in the country down here. And my house here, I got 3 fireplaces, but the owner before me boarded them up.
So the way Active Patriot got arrested,
and put a heat pump in. So we've got like a heat pump for heating the house, which is very inefficient, and it costs with electricity and stuff. So I went and seen the local fireplace guy, and he said, "I'll come and put a combustion fire in the fireplace for like not a lot of money, but he did say in the future they're looking at taxing people with the fireplaces for carbon emissions. So he said you might have a few issues there. They want you to keep using the power." But,
carbon emissions against keeping warm.
Yeah, it's using the power from coal-fired power stations. It's a bit crazy.
Oh, something going on down there. One of the auditors has been arrested.
And it is that he ran into a tour bus.
We're getting so far, it stops so far.
He's a bit buffing.
And said a few things at the top of the deck. I climbed on the roof. What?
This is the problem when you're live in.
Yeah, I can see like that.
Yeah.
It's got the front bit.
It's an interesting view of the city, anyway, for me as an Australian.
Yeah, the bits you don't normally see.
That's it. I'm enjoying it, actually.
Bit, like over the first couple of rows.
But it's we're changing. We're coming into spring now, so during the summer we're going to change one of the fireplaces into a combustion fire for next winter. But the heat pump, like when you get rid of all your debt, you own your house, all you got to pay is your weekly.
So where the tour bus is cut in half.
Within the way things are going, I reckon within the next 20 years. This is my little theory. I'll try and remember this on crap memory, but I reckon within 20 years, we'll be told that there's shortage of water. Within the next 20 years, I reckon we'll be told that there's a shortage of water, and that'll be one of the next things to kick off a war. Will be over water. A lot of people will think, how the fuck can that be the case when we live on a planet that's full of... But I'm telling you now, within the next 20 years, I reckon we'll be told there's some shortage of water.
Here, it rains that much in Tasmania that we've got one of the biggest hydroelectricity power suppliers, because the water there's no need to pump anything anywhere. The water just keeps running down the hill into the rivers and turning them turbines. And our electricity prices here are really, really cheap, and we get really good rates. But the federal government decided to run a cable. They wanted to use our power here because we make more than what we can use. So they said, we'll run an underwater cable all the way from 500 miles from the mainland to here, and we'll connect you to the national grid. And there was a vote here saying, no, we don't want it. But they did it anyway. And that put our That put our electricity prices up a third because we had to go into the national grid instead of our local grid. So our prices went, from say $100 a quarter to $300 a quarter. So it was everyone got a bit angry over that actually, and they gave us a $50 voucher at the next bill to make everyone happy. Like a $50 voucher for the rest of the year when our prices were, have jumped
It's
up, but
crazy.
it's not dear. Like,
Continue.
but still, and we could have had it a lot cheaper.
Before 2030, yeah, maybe. And yeah, we are told that every year, Anne-Marie, about the host pipe ban. Yes, you're very correct there.
Subtle
But
hint.
listen, it's always blown my mind because I know not all countries do. I'm not saying that no other country does, but not all. Like we have to pay water rates here, right? A very small island like ourselves, surrounded by fucking water, and we are charged for water rates. That fucking blows my mind. That does. And before people say, yes, I know it's seawater, but come on now, they know how to purify water, so it's not exactly fucking not possible. It just doesn't make sense.
Sydney's got a big desalination plant, so when the rain doesn't hit, they can produce as much water as they need. But
yeah,
they've had that much rain in New South Wales. There's been flooding, and there's flooding again today, actually, on the news. New South Wales, there's been more rain. New South had a really dry, hot summer. We've had one of the craziest wet winters you've ever seen. Flooding everywhere. Dams like overfull, had to release water into flooded rivers already, and that flooded more houses. And
even like this global warming crisis they say we have, right? Does anyone feel that that's just like some kind of smoke screen? Big smoke screen, man. Fucking huge smoke screen, I think.
Well, it's all cyclic. It's all cycles.
Exactly. The planet's always had in its whole existence a cycle, right? Like, why is that never questioned? That it might just be going through its normal cycle, and that they always fall to global warming. Right? I don't buy that so much.
10 years ago, the doomsdayers were saying we never had one drop of rain for about 5 months in the whole continent. There wasn't one drop of rain for 5 months. So, and all these doomsdayers were saying, "Oh, the rivers are drying up, global warming this, global warming that, blah 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 blah. We're all gonna, die of thirst, and we got to do this and we got to do that." Well, now it's flooding, and we've got every dam is full to the capacity, and they're dumping water out of the dams because it just keeps coming in. And those doomsdayers are now like, with their tails between their legs, and they just, oh no, this is the other end of global warming. Now we're getting torrential rain. Pick a side. Don't just go with the flow. It's quite amusing, really, but it's weather. It's not global warming. It's weather.
Jonesy, what kind of are you seeing like a big rise in price on just your food products? What's that going on for you guys over there? Because over here, it's like in the last 3 months, it has dramatically risen. Like we try and do we do like a big shop monthly, right? But then we do like a little one during once a week, and every week that we've been doing this food shop, right, the same products that we bought the week before are just jumping from like sometimes like 15, 20 pence a time, and that's quite crazy, man.
No, products are getting smaller, and the prices are just going up a touch, or the products are jumping up. But, mate. Like with all the floods too, all the farmlands. Like we were paying $12 for a head of lettuce only a few weeks back because of the flood plains. All the farms got flooded, and the lettuces were, not sellable. and everyone was jumping up and down and screaming. But yeah, it's lettuce, and now there's farms now producing again, and they're back in the shops, and the prices come way down again. But yeah, but I hear you. Prices are, cigarettes, beer.
I sometimes wonder if stuff like that really affects us, you know, like, because it seems in this country, I don't know, again, it happens globally, but we seem to grow a lot of stuff, right? But we seem to export most of our stuff and then import the same stuff that we've exported out, we'll import from a different country. Like local produce, and that's like few and far between to come by these days. If you look on the back of most of the stuff that we eat, it's all imported from somewhere else, and that's kind of mad when you actually look. Kind of crazy when you look at actually like the things that we do grow in this country and supply, and yet we get it from elsewhere. Blows my mind, that does.
Well, what's getting bigger over here are the farmers markets. People are selling direct and bypassing the big supermarket chains, and like tomorrow is Sunday here. We'll be in about, what time is it here now? It's 11 o'clock at night here on a Saturday night. So tomorrow morning I'll be off to the farmers market, and we get a few. We'll get our week or 2 weeks worth of veggies and stuff, and it's putting the money back in the farmers' pockets instead of going through the supermarkets. That seems to be the big thing down here at the moment.
I think that's a good idea. It's good to think people are thinking outside the box and supporting local produce people, etc. Farmers.
Did you know what we spoke about that as well, Gary? But that's fantastic, right? And I'd be a big advocate for that. Say to everyone, but you've again got to look at that. Like, okay, so let's just say that took off, and a load of people were like, "Oh, that's a great idea. Let's do that." We live in a generation now where they've made sure that we can't really rely on local produce too much. We still need to go to the big supermarkets in order to get the stuff we can afford, unfortunately. Like, not everyone's in a position to be able to go, oh, you know what, I'll back that, and I'll support local produce and do everything locally. Like I say, I just feel like it's now set up where that's realistically not really feasible for everybody. I don't think this day and age. I could be wrong, but
yeah, well, it's popular because the farmers are getting more for their dollar than they are when they sell it to the big suppliers, and we're buying it as cheap or cheaper than what the supermarkets are selling it. So everyone's winning, and it's fresh and it's seasonal. So you're not getting stuff that's been stored, and semi-frozen or chemically treated or whatever. We're getting it fresh, seasonal fruit and veg, and you just, it's just like the old days. You just eat what's around. Well, I used to be a butcher years ago, so I'm prone to going back to the farm and getting some animals, and a cow here and a sheep there, and filling up the freezer. Like you were saying before, once you prepare yourself and you get out of that routine of I've got to go to the supermarket and I've got to stand in the queue and I've got to push the trolley here and I've got to do this and I've got to do that, and this is on sale this week and this is that and this is the other. Maybe I'm mellowing out when I'm getting older. I don't know, but I just get a cup of tea, a slice of bread, and I'm a happy man. And a bit of music. Music's my life, but
Yeah. Rasta's is asking, anybody want organic range chicken? I've got more than I can eat.
Sounds good, but I think it's too far for me.
Now they're on their way to Buckingham Palace.
That's it. Like, a few chickens out the back.
Yeah, it's having a few issues is Rasta with his menagerie of animals. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
I think we need to
We
turn.
eat a lot of kangaroo here, believe it or not. I don't know if you think that's funny or not, but it's
no, I
not.
don't think it's funny. It's something which is sold over here, and I must admit I've never tried it. But it's expensive to buy over here. Yeah, I bet it's dirt cheap over there because
Yeah, it's one of the cheaper forms of meat, but it's rich. It's gamey. It's better than beef. I'd prefer lamb, but no kangaroos. Like when you see them hopping around your backyard, and you see them on the road every day getting hit by cars, they're everywhere. Right, they're in plague proportions. So no, it's one of our. I'd say that to a few of my American friends, and they fall over in shock and dismay, thinking you can't eat a kangaroo. They're so cute and cuddly, but
oh yeah.
yeah.
I thought that was the koalas that were cute and cuddly.
Koalas are full of chlamydia. You've got to watch picking them up.
Oh right.
There's some diseases on them little buggers, and they got sharp claws as well.
Yeah, James has put kangaroo is hard to eat. It jumps all over the plate.
Usually jumps out of the frying pan before you can cook it, mate.
Yeah, you got to kill it first.
I've used that.
Right, I've got a delivery coming in a couple of minutes, so I'm going to have to go and sort that out. Feel free to carry on chatting, please. Bear's around, but he's muted at the moment, so he's obviously sorting something out where he is.
Yeah, I am about. Right. I'm just literally. I'm just making myself a cup of.
It's a ride, so I've got to nip off. I'll be back shortly.
Well, I enjoy talking with a few Brits. It's sort of quite. I've got a few English friends. Usually we're talking.
Yeah.
Usually I'm talking football, but
do you support? Do you watch any football?
Oh yeah, mate, it's bread and butter for me.
Yeah. Have you got like a British team you support? Do you support the Premier League team?
Well,
or follow any?
I follow the Premier League. Itself in a whole. I like the Scottish league now because of the Australian coach here at Celtic, and there's a few of the national teams playing there. I follow a bit of German football as well as the Australian league when that kicks off again. But it's like when I was a kid, I had Sammy McElroy and Joe Jordan and Billy Bremner and all them sort of posters hanging around.
Cool. Yeah, me personally, I'm a Newcastle fan. So, it's painful sometimes.
I think that ship's turned around. They're starting to look a lot better now with a bit more money there. It's
I think eventually we could be up there with the big boys. I know that when just before they bought us, I was kind of looking at how much Man City's owners were worth, and their net value was about 70 billion. Sorry. And then I looked at how much these guys that have now gone and bought Newcastle and their net worth, and it was in the region of 270 billion. So
wow,
that's a big jump from Man City's owners, and you look at what Man City have done in recent years. So the future looks bright, hopefully.
Yeah, but honestly, where does all that money come from? It's astronomical.
Again, to be honest, now I'm not going to complain and say, it's not good that the club have got the money, but if you start looking at where that money comes from, you could turn around and say that, you know, everything that Newcastle do now would be bought with blood money. You know, I don't know how much, like the guys listening now or yourself, I don't know a great deal, but I have looked into a little bit, and kind of like the goings on of the Saudi government and things.
Yeah, it's a bit.
Their regime and stuff's very much against kind of like what us as a nation advocate for, and kind of like the Western world advocate for. So
That's
it's kind of funny how, you know, they're scrutinized and stuff for the killings and things that go on over there, but it just shows, doesn't it? Money talks. Money talks, mate, these days.
It's actually a lovely place to go on a vacation if you behave yourself. It's Jesus, some nice
yeah, I imagine it is.
places there on like they build these waterfront places from scratch. They bring the sand in and they build up the land, and then yeah, it's
They are kind of like slowly changing a little bit, if you give credit where credit's due, if you think about it. You know, even like Dubai. Again, I believe it's because of the money, and I think they realise that oil's not going to be there forever, right? So they need to find other ways of generating money. And the best way for these countries to generate money is to make it more appealing to your general tourist, you know.
yeah, for
So
sure.
in doing that, they have to change the way they kind of like conduct themselves as a country, I guess, and the laws that would expect to be obeyed by.
Well, it is tribalist, as is it Rugops was saying. It's very tribalist football. Like you couldn't get more tribal than two British teams going to games. You know, like how I love that passion. I love the passion of fans. The average Joe goes to work, you know, comes home, puts the food on the table, does what he has to do, and then it comes around to the weekend and puts on his supporters gear, joins his mates at the pub, goes down to the game and cheers them on, cheers them, boos them, claps them, gets rid of his frustrations, and or he's really happy with the way it went. They go back to the pub, they have a couple more beers, and they say that was a great day. I'll see you next time. Like those are the days. Like I love that sort of stuff. You know, years ago I played as a young fella. I played semi-professionally in Sydney, and the coach was the Australian coach, and the half the team was full of Australian players, and I was just a young bloke back then,
Nice.
thinking I was going to be somebody, which I wasn't.
Yeah, you never know, mate.
You just
Yeah,
enjoy life.
of course.
I go with the flow.
Hello, UK Transparency. Hi, guys. Thanks for keeping things going. Idiots don't know where I live. Comes to something when you got direct delivery drivers.
It's buffering a lot, this stream, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm thinking of stopping the stream for the time being, because there's not much happening over there.
He's probably 5 minutes ahead of where we're watching.
Yeah. But it is actually, you know, as I say, it's live as it's happening. It'll probably be about 11 minutes behind, but it is live and direct from Local's YouTube channel. People come together and protect their rights as much as they do for a silly football game, or we might actually see change for the better in the world. But it's not going to happen, unfortunately. I know there's a little bit of humour behind that, but it's also very true.
The only time that will all happen, yeah, is when money has no value. That's never going to be the case. Do you know what I mean? So, as long as
the pound did so well yesterday, it dropped to almost £1 to every dollar.
Oh.
So low, it's unbelievable.
We've got a split.
The chances of us going cashless before long, or not even having any money as such and having coupons, I think it's getting a bit closer.
Yeah, well, I like carrying cash. I can tell you that for a fact. I try not to.
Right. Yeah, I don't want to advocate for this, right? I said this before. I'm not advocating for anyone to go out and start looting. I'm going to disclaim this before I say anything, right? I'm not saying anyone should go out and start looting or committing any forms of violence, right? However, going back a few years ago, right? Some guy gets shot. Some black guy gets shot in Tottenham area, right, in London. And there was uproar in this country. People were looting. People were burning London. It then filtered out and was something that was happening in nearly every town and major city up and down the country, right? It was known as the London riots, but it affected the whole country. It was happening everywhere. Why is it that people aren't still holding that same passion for everything that goes on today? I just don't get it. One person gets shot, and that's questionable as to, like, you know, the reasons behind that. No one knows, but the whole country was willing to cause uproar. But everything people have seen in the last couple of years, right in front of their own very eyes, and people aren't going out and committing that or using that same passion. Now, I just don't get it. I just don't get it.
Because people in the past were, I mean, it will probably come again as people feel the increase in prices and the reduction in food, etc. I think it might come again, but 30 years ago, people had heart and soul. And unfortunately, I've seen a lot of that disappear in people.
Yeah.
No, I haven't nicked the soul.
Many of these guys are not.
Everyone's just too complacent to what's going on, man, and what they're being told.
Yeah, but that's to me, that's the younger generation, and probably to Jonesy as well. You know, people your age, you're one of the few people who are awake to what's going on. You know, as in the going on between people regarding whether what's the real reason for the delay of the new money being printed with Charles's face on it? Because technically, the Bank of England doesn't have to pay anything to anybody because we've got no Queen. Money is technically illegal at the moment.
I'll be back in a sec, guys. I just got somebody here.
No worries, mate.
Yeah, I did think about that. I did think, is this money even actually like legal in the sense of, like, does it even actually hold the worth that it's meant to?
Well, it doesn't hold the worth. What it actually says is that the Queen or the Crown promises to pay the bearer, £1 in sterling. It's always in sterling. It's got on there. But technically, it's got the wrong monarchy's head on. So it'd be interesting to see whether or not they rule it all and call it all back in. But in order to do that, they've got to print something else. Hello, Steve. How you doing, mate? But yeah, I think that they'll do it slowly, and they'll say, "Of course, it's legal at the moment," you know. Anyway, I don't think King Charles the Third is going to be on the throne for too many years. Might not be worthwhile doing. Yeah, promises the bearer.
So is that why the pounds dropped then down due to the death of the Queen? Do you think?
Personally, I think it's because the Americans have put more money into different aspects, which is increased the value of the dollar against the pound, and that's the reason why it's almost hit rock bottom. I mean, it was it's at its all-time lowest, I think. So the record's been made, if that's the case.
Shit.
But I mean, I touched on this yesterday. How many people actually carry money with them? Not as many as there used to be. Now you just use your card. This cashless scam that's going on. Yeah, everybody, if you get a chance, hop over to Ross's channel. Apart from the fact he's just uploaded to pick, what his cat brought. Brought me a rat. Actually, also show you that the cat loves you. Anyway, yeah, no worries. Yeah, hop over and have a look at his channel. He's got some really good videos on there. It is morning for you, Tyrant Hunter. Nice to see you. Thanks for dropping by. No more lives. I'm always good. In answer to that, I think you may find it your main account has been unblocked now. No more lives. How you doing? It's a good. What's this? Yeah, it makes no difference, Grim. You don't you remember using the coins with the King George's head on right into the 70s? I'm not 100% certain. I can't comment on that, and I don't normally answer questions. Hello, Josie. You back?
Yeah, I'm just going to have to. I've got some people. It's late. I'm in the music community, so these guys just finished a gig, and they've decided to arrive at my place to have a party.
Hello, mate.
All right, no worries, mate.
No.
But thanks for your time. I've enjoyed my time here, and Mr. Grim, and Bear British Audits. I'll catch you again somewhere. Sure.
Yeah. Well, hit the notification bell. You'll get notice when we put stuff up, mate.
Done.
Yeah. All right. Cheers.
Right. Thanks for your time.
No worries, mate. Thanks for coming up.
Yeah, thank you.
We've got
well,
another YouTuber here. Actual coverage.
Grim is never always good. But that depends on what I'm saying. Tony remembers spending the old Imperial money in the 80s. Well, yeah, I suppose you probably could get away with that.
Yeah, we've got another YouTuber here, guys. Actual coverage, yeah?
Morning, Dodge. Afternoon, as you say. Move on, nothing to see here.
Soon.
Maybe a big surprise.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna rename the brand. Rename it all. Soon there's gonna be t-shirts and hoodies and shit like that. Yeah.
Where you been, bro?
I can't help the buffering. I've got no control over that.
Back to normal.
Back to normal.
Yeah.
But you never stop. You're always working.
I'm always working, exactly. Even during the lockdown, I was working, I was filming, you know.
People need that bread.
You know. Exactly.
Need that. Right.
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, literally, you're making.
I'm literally on the front lines. You know.
People don't get their harvest.
The protesting against illegal immigration,
Sorry to swear. Like,
and as a result of this, they're interested in stopping it, the illegal, so the government do more to stop people from coming in illegally.
I didn't see more ones.
Come on, guys, put one in the chat. If you've bashed the like button.
That's it. Yeah, do the same. Me.
Oh, Local's being nice. He just said put one in the chat if you smashed the like button and two in the chat if you haven't. Obviously, that's referring to his stream.
Oh, is okay. There was a commotion going on back down there. Active patriot got arrested.
What, here today?
Yeah.
Someone said it.
Yeah, yeah.
I saw a video. He got nicked before.
No. Oh shit, is it?
Arrested patriot.
Yeah.
Every time I see a video, he's
You get live on your live stream. Yeah.
If anybody else wants to nip up and have a chat, you're more than welcome to, depending on how good the signal is. Rasta, funny as ever.
One great good work, guys.
No one's putting one in my chat.
There's a person called Cypriot T85. Cypriot T85 is asking.
Oh yeah, I know him.
Is he a Turk?
Yes, I am.
Can speak to that person directly.
Turkish Cypriot, but I was born and raised in London, so I'm a Londoner. I'm more English than I am anything else.
But when you get home, you're really hungry. And you want to eat something. What's the first thing you want to eat? What do you want? What do you think about on the way home? What's the meal that you like?
I wish they wouldn't talk about food, I'm not eating yet.
Watermelon with some olives and some
Oh, they're talking about olives. I don't like olives.
some nice Turkish bread.
You know what? That's a fun.
I thought I'd let you see me real face, guys.
Right, Englishman.
Yes, Tony, it is buffering, you're right.
In this country, and for my good family.
For those who recently joined, I'm restreaming a live stream from so that we get out as to as many people as possible. And I also thought, well, I could do a bit of a live. We can have a bit of a chat amongst ourselves, nice and quiet, you know.
People say, "What's your favorite?" I said, "All of them."
Yesterday I had a curry.
Did you get the personal invite then, UK, to go to Charles and Di's marriage ceremony?
Oh yes, I'm talking about food now.
Everybody knows Badger loves mashed potatoes.
185 cigarette. Yeah, I'm Turkish. Cigarette. Merhaba. Nasılsın? Ian, Saulus.
Don't you love a comedian, UK?
Mexico, Geopolitics, Local Experimentalist UK.
So, Anne-Marie, you haven't been in London for around 18 years, or close to. I don't think they missed you, though. They've still got the hubcaps on the vehicles now.
No.
I'll get told off for that one. Go and cook yourself one of the chickens you got frozen. Spoken,
Oh, yes.
Laudener, Anne-Marie.
It starts to smell like something.
If you want to go abroad, this is the cheaper alternative. Just go to London. It's the same experience as being abroad.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. How you doing?
If you want the Gaza Strip, there's a part of London which probably is pretty much the Gaza Strip. If you want, you literally, I've got everything. All needs suited.
But I haven't been to London since 2005, Hyde Park.
Minus the difference.
3 days later, yes, I remember that. At that moment in time, I was trying to watch it from a Spanish TV set. It was ridiculous what happened. Now, if you take a camera out in London somewhere, you get arrested. I'm surprised the tourists haven't been arrested.
They probably have.
What, for a camera out? Yeah.
Yeah, I bet it's happened. I wouldn't be surprised.
I do like Land Rover's compliment of London. I'll put it up there so you can all see it.
Yeah, we won't let you through. You pull, even if you pull that down, pull that camera down. It's not visible. No.
Oh, Rasta, I wasn't aware of that. Good job Jimmy wasn't there, Saddle. He could have been in the wings, you never know.
I've been in and out there all the way, but I was dead. Now I think things have changed.
But I must admit, I do kind of like London vibes at the same time. I do kind of miss it in a way.
No, I went to London. Well, my first experience of London was trying to negotiate the tube, which everybody says is easy to understand. But I was at Euston and I needed to get somewhere, and the guy turned around to me and said, "It's on such and such a line." I said, "Great, how do I get to it?" And then he put the phone down. I thought, great, if that's what it's like, I don't want to be here. Hello, Curious Bunny, how you doing? Welcome to the Brit Shit Show. If you want to come up and join in, we can have a bit of a giggle. You know what I'm like. And everybody in the chat's been having a good laugh.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah.
We are showing the restreaming Local Experiments UK transmission, live transmission of what's happening in London at the moment at the protests. They're on the way to Buckingham Palace. And we've had various conversations in the chat. I'm just waiting for the discussion regarding nuclear weapons and whether Putin should be in charge of the big red button or not.
Definitely not.
And then I think to myself, I wonder if Biden should be in charge of their big red button. Definitely not. Did you see the bit that Liz Truss was saying, trying to commit us to a war against Russia the other day? Or anybody else? Did you see where Liz Truss committed us to all-out war with the Russians the other day at the UN when she gave a statement?
She shouldn't be our Prime Minister.
Sorry?
I said that woman should not be our Prime Minister.
She was duly voted in by the membership of the Conservative Party only. So, of course, I just thought it was a statement that shouldn't have been made, given that she's only been Prime Minister for a few weeks, if that. Yeah, the way she was talking, it's, she's the biggest, she's really into the idea of not just providing weapons, but also the forces, which would indicate that she is quite happy to put us into a serious war situation. And that's because Russia are losing ground within the Ukraine. UK transparency. Yes, I totally agree there. She is not our Prime Minister. She's not been duly elected by those few people who do actually vote these days. Land Rover, yeah, you're right. Say, I'm restreaming local stream. I think that depends on which news you read and watch.
No, yeah, I'm reporting on today. Yeah.
That's a very good question. Why do we need to get involved with other countries' wars? Because we haven't had a war since 1945. We've had a couple of skirmishes, but that's about it. not mainstream media. We all know what that is. It's just straightforward propaganda. But then again, some people could say the same about what I say sometimes.
They're illegal! They could be terrorists!
Exactly.
Falklands War was a conflict, Bunny. It was never officially a war. Name me one war, Bunny, that we've been involved in since 1945. Not that I want to discuss war in any way. I think it's all a load of oil, and that's what it's all over these days anyway. There, what are you munching and not sharing?
My lunch.
Your lunch. Just wondered. Anne-Marie was saying, BBA, what are you munching?
I know I was going to answer, but I had a mouthful of food and threw down. Just got me a mouthful.
Iraq and Afghanistan. But that was, as Anne-Marie says, all about oil and control. The toilet, the war for the toilet roll, couple of years ago. I don't remember that. Sorry.
That was a real
everybody
war.
went.
That was an outright war.
Everybody went out to buy toilet rolls. Yeah, sorry, I forgot about that. That was the first thing we ran out of in the shops, toilet roll. Now, let's keep it nice, say, in the chat. Protesting, getting as bad as you, Anne-Marie. Apparently, with regards to toilet rolls, Rasta's thinking of buying a complete pallet full to see him through the 2 weeks that there'll be a shortage of. I like that one. The lockdown walls. By the way, if anybody recognises where Local is exactly within your London, please say, because I haven't got a clue.
I can't work it out from you.
No, I don't know. It's not a march as such. It looks like it's an organised walk. We had this conversation last night regarding B-days toilet seats. Looks like New Street, Birmingham. What do you think, Bear? New Street, Birmingham?
No, it's not. No, I don't think that's New Street.
I mean, considering they're in London, I think that's funny.
I was about to say, you struggle with that one, Dodge.
Right, Anne-Marie's going to be looking now on Amazon for B-day toilet seats. Oh, eBay. Look on eBay, Anne-Marie. So, Rasta, it works out at 17 pence a roll and 15 pence a roll in Sainsbury's. You go and sell them cheap and makes load of coin. What is the point? Anne-Marie hasn't got eBay, so she'll look on Amazon. If it's all about saving the environment, saving water, etc., yeah, it's worthwhile paying a few £100 for a toilet seat. Rasta, you're going to do some good business on here. I'm all for reasonable terms of conditions for sale. Badger's interested for a roll, 17 pence. He's got some good, crazy ideas. There's old Rasta. I think it's great. You should prepare for what's happening. You should stockpile stuff. Start growing your own vegetables. Start doing this, that, and the other. Forget about people who live in flats. It's not feasible. Land Rover looked at these, didn't fancy spraying cold water on his jacksie. They're heading to Whitehall. Yeah, well, look, I think they're going to Buckingham Palace first and then heading over that way. Yeah, Rasta, think about the postage and packing costs. It will soon add up and take away the profit. If
we're heading to Buckingham Palace, it looks like.
Oh, there you go. They're going to Buckingham Palace. Rasta, anything to make a few dollars. We're off to see the palace. Hey, I wonder if King Charles III is in. And that royal nonce.
Go, guys.
Call ahead, put the kettle on. Yeah, they're going for afternoon tea. Wouldn't he be at Windsor? I don't know. They opened up the palace. He said he's going to stay there and practice sitting on the throne. It might cool down enough now after she got off it after all those years. Well, be a minute, guys.
The rest of yours further back. Yeah, please.
Sorry about that, guys. Domestic things I've got to sort out occasionally. I'm going away for a few days at the end of next month, and the wife just said to me, "You have sorted out the dog sitter."
I saw your stream was up.
And Grim was like, "Oh shit."
That's it.
I haven't done
shit,
that.
what?
Yeah, it's been a few years. Well, for a lot of us, it's been a couple of years, 2-3 years, whatever.
Yeah.
I think when I last main saw you, it might have been at Hyde Park, but I think it's when the guy was up in the crane, Spider-Man. You remember?
Oh,
I can answer that. He some of
That was the time when
most of the main jewels get taken off the crown that the Queen wears. They take all the main jewels and stuff off there, and another crown will be made for him. And
That
the old
fits his
jewels,
head.
the jewels from the old crown, will be put on the new one.
Which is the reason why they call the crown jewels.
always giving this.
Yeah.
Allegedly. Yeah, they'd have to get a crown big enough. They'd have to make one big enough to fit on his head.
Yeah.
I mean, do you have respect for the new king? Automatically, because he's a royal.
No.
So why did you have respect for the Queen? Because she was on the throne for so many years.
Oh God.
It's, I guess, all I've known. Most all of us have known. One, the time that she done. Two, she done some good things, man, and no one can say that she didn't.
Yeah, but the funny thing is, when you ask what good things, you don't know.
You know, you ain't got to show no papers for no vaccination.
What good things the Queen done?
Yeah.
Didn't she give a lot of countries all their independence back, the Commonwealth?
No, she didn't. She was ordered to by the governments of the day.
Yeah.
I'm sure it was her.
Yeah.
Oh, she's done. But other than that, no.
If she hadn't have come in, I don't believe that would have been something that wouldn't have changed necessarily. So I don't believe that was the government. I believe that was her choice, her decision.
I'd have to do a bit of research around that, to be honest. But that, I mean, you know me, I'll always play devil's advocate.
And as I said, 3, which I've made public many a times. My granddad, who was a big male role model in my life growing up, he was like a Queen's Guard for X amount of years, and where he was Glaswegian, he used to play the bagpipes, so he played at like jubilees and things like that. So yeah, as I say, mate, it's just and like I say, I've always fall back to the same thing. Put all that aside, it just comes down to British tradition. But however, I personally, going forward, don't really care that too much for them as individuals anymore. Maybe the two sons of Diana's. I still like to fucking, if there's something on about them or whatever, I'll read about it or what, but I don't care. But I do care for the fact that I do still believe, however, although I don't care, I do believe for them individually, we should have a monarchy, bro. I do believe that we should keep that in place. Why not? Why not just leave it? It's been there all this time. Why does it have to go now, man? Why are you trying to fucking strip everything away from a country? Take all its traditions away. I don't get it. What did everybody's grandparents and that or parents fight for, man? Fucking going back to the last war we had. Yeah? If it weren't fucking to protect a lot of this shit, Fucking less than 100 years, it's all gone. What the fuck?
Oh, I'm not saying that we should get rid of them. I mean, France did that. They guillotined them and got rid. I don't think, because at the end of the day, theoretically, we run the country. Because we elect the members of parliament to act on our behalf. All of the
Do you know
Queen
what?
does is just sign it, put the royal seal of approval on because she's told to.
For like a wanker like Peter Pope, yeah, even for him. Let's go back to having a monarch, scrap the government, yeah. But before the monarchy is allowed to do that and we scrap the government, there must be an official document, just like the Magna Carta or anything else, but a modern day one, yeah? We want something wrote up where they're not allowed to be like tyrants, right? However, we are all allowed to live under common law. How about that? We'll scrap government, have our monarchy back, and all live under common law.
Well, theoretically, common law would work. I agree totally with the theory behind it, and it probably has worked in the past. The trouble is, common law was put in place to protect the lords and the barons. It wasn't for the people. That's how it came about. But I do agree with UK there. We need a constitution. We do need something. We don't need to be told that we've got rights. We should have those rights. And Dodge has put something in there. The monarch can't govern. They don't know their arse from their elbow. And Anne-Marie's agreeing with UK that we do need a constitution. Although there are people who say that we do have a constitution already. Which falls under common law, etc.
Like, what was it? Recording reality, yeah. I listen to that guy. I respect his opinions and that, right? Oh, let's have a elected head of state. Oh, yeah. How did that go with your elected government? I can't even be asked to listen to that. That's bullshit. Anything that's elected is bent and corrupt anyway, so... kind of comical. No offense to recording reality, as I say. A lot of time for you, buddy. But
Ministry, I'm so glad that your dog don't have any issues and they're still able to pump the poo out.
Taking a quick breather, guys, and we'll be back on the go.
And to represent the people, you have to know the people. Very true, that.
I reckon I should become Prime Minister.
What, you should?
Yeah, I'll run for Prime Minister. Fuck it.
Oh, you sell out. We have an unwritten constitution, James says.
And then I'll just bring in my own fucking backbench.
Hello, Angel. Always record the police. Shout out.
Just having a quick bag break, guys, and we'll be back on it.
I would say that we don't have rights in the sense of we take our rights. We've been given rights. It's a permission thing. And I'm against being given permission to have rights. I just think we should have them automatically. Hey, Jot, considering what time it probably is where you are, you're still on form. Thanks for dropping in. If you're wondering what's going on, this is actually a restream of a live service from Local Transparency. Sorry, Local Experiments UK. I'm making people up as we go along here. this is all about trying to stop the illegal
Yeah, we'll catch 'em up
immigration
as
coming
long as
up, but coming
the
in
traffic is
too
still
many
there. They're around.
immigrants coming in the wrong way. We've had a couple of ideas, like send submarines out and shoot the dinghies.
Couple of more minutes.
The right to smoke and grow. Can't disagree with that. And rights versus privileges, etc. Yeah. Do you know what? Quickly, I can't highlight things quick enough to keep changing. This is the reason why we keep getting things coming up twice. Finally got it. That's the one. Ministry, if you want to come up, you can do. Links at the top. Same with anybody else if you want to come up.
They're all down the boozer, yeah? No, I don't drink, so I won't be joining them unless the coke is cheap. But I'm not spending £8 on 250 milliliters of coke.
That's something else I wouldn't want to do. Go to a pub in London, exchange out of 30 quid for 2 drinks.
Yeah, it can be a bit disheartening.
Right, guys, we're gonna head back.
Now that's a symbol of what I think it is. Be careful. Don't have too many bongs. I mean, splits. No, what am I talking about? Cigarettes or whatever it is that you smoke, perfectly legally. Just to answer,
nothing of the sort. I was just bloody coughing.
I wasn't referring to you. I was referring to Idiot. A couple of questions that came up. Is this a right-wing protest? Well, that would depend on your viewpoint. This is not so much against immigrants in general. This is about the number of immigrants that come in illegally, and the government really don't do anything about it. And although some people might turn around and say it's racist, I would disagree. I don't actually see it as being racist, because they're not saying you can't come in. What they're saying is stop coming in illegally, because you end up being, unless you do this for a particular reason, to be put up in hotels at the taxpayer's expense. We were talking to a guy from Australia earlier, and he was explained that they had the problem. Now they don't have the problem because they just turned the boats around. Now that, to me, makes perfect sense, and we should do something like that.
Well, shoot them out the water.
Sorry? Shoot them out the water, sink them.
Yeah.
Now, I'm against pollution. Yeah, I heard that rumour. You're not the only one, Dodge. But I do think it'd be funny if the live stream went down like it did yesterday on YouTube, but they probably fixed that problem.
Live streams went down yesterday.
Yeah. All live streams for coming out of America and Europe were hit. But the live streams in the Philippines and in God, somewhere else. There was another place as well. They were all fine. Thailand. It was different. Believe it or not, they actually had on their servers. It was a deliberate act. Because I was on Devos last night when it happened. Well, I say last night to us. I think they were off air for like 3/4 of an hour to an hour, maybe a little bit more. I think they found a protest again.
I don't know. I didn't see that. I didn't hear about that. Well, I've heard about it, obviously.
Yeah.
I've heard about it now, but didn't know about it until now.
Well, you stopped going on lives, haven't you? So on doing lives.
Yeah, only go on selected ones now, Grim. You're in the elite club.
Oh, I'm in the Bear Bitten Elite Club. Oh, that's going to do good for me channel. That is, really is. I'm considering we are a drama-free zone.
I like drama free.
We might get some of your friends in.
No, we just get rid of them. We get rid of those kind of friends.
I don't need them.
Right. If you need them as friends, you certainly don't need enemies. I'll tell you that for nothing.
UK has said that I've drawn the short straw. No, I've got to admit, I'm on it. I've been trying to get Bear involved in the channel for a long, long time. And now he's realised that, shit happens, just get on with it. Oh, you've upset Anne-Marie. I'm in the elite club. I don't remember getting an invite.
Anne-Marie's just a wind-up. For someone who I'm meant to apparently be the annoying little brother. She can be kind of annoying, can't she? Yeah, like now. Now that she knows that's not the case, Anne-Marie's at top of the elite club. She's the one holding it all together.
Pardon? Anne-Marie is the top of the Scouts Club. I totally agree. Which is a totally different country to anybody else. Come on, Anne-Marie, come and defend yourself. Come up onto the Reaper show. I dare you.
No, because people like her.
I haven't got time to do that.
We need people like Anne-Marie. She's got a soul, and she needs to keep it that way.
Yeah, I mean, it's something which I don't get all this crappy shite that goes on. To be honest, we've all got one thing in common, hopefully, and that is what? Sorry,
I said the delete button.
Yeah. If you don't like what you're watching, turn it off. Go somewhere else. That's what I say to people. There's enough people out there doing lives. There's enough shows out there. Go watch something else. If you do like it, stick around. Yeah. You're always forgiven, Bear. All is forgiven, mate.
She knows the dance.
For some reason, when Rasta presses 1, 1-0 is put in. That does not make sense. I do as certain people appear and disappear. I think they're called trolls.
No, he's saying I do. As soon as certain people appear, he disappears.
Ah, right, got you. Right. Yeah, well, that's fair enough. Sorry.
It's all right. It's all right, UK transparency, mate. I'll read out your comment properly, buddy. Don't worry, mate.
Fat fingers. Listen, I've got dyslexia of the voice. I don't usually read out comments. Usually it's other people that read them out, not me. Now you know why.
Grim just makes the script up as he goes along, like. They take a few of your words, but then he's just makes his own little bit up. Just makes the script up as he goes along. Oh, shush, he's here now.
Hello.
Words, but then he's just makes his own.
Sorry,
you Mellows.
Do you want to start again, Mellows?
Sorry, mate. I just had to mute up the TV.
Protesters on this side. And
How's everyone?
the so-called Antifa.
How are you, mate?
Good, man. Just watching this chaos unfold. I've got a few.
Just ahead of
I think I spotted a few agitators, but
police line here and the Antifa
What, you mean the police?
are just down the bottom.
whoever they are, I'm kind of half expecting something to happen.
Yeah.
Head towards Parliament Square. We'll head to the head of the cabal.
Crazy world.
The places where they make these.
Yeah.
Looks like we've got signs in favour of Trump. As if we can vote. Really?
Getting there somehow, isn't he?
Yeah, there'll be an investigation as to how many Brits actually voted in the American. Look at that. Blue thin line.
Spot the
Definitely
tyrant.
a blue line, that.
So look at that. What's a thumbnail, isn't it?
Oh, for a submachine gun. No, I didn't say that out loud, did I?
Lining up all your ducks.
Rasta's suffering from fat fingers.
Quick, throw a grenade.
Yeah, but you have someone turn around to you and say, which way?
Right in that bang centre of the middle, look. I mean, you can't miss it. It's a big fluorescent line.
This has become the new norm.
Well, that's what we're going to see when we enter into the final phases. Streams of so-called police in the way. Restricting where you can go. Oh, by
How
the
long
way,
until the days when they bring in martial law?
Well, technically, we're under martial law now, you know, because we haven't got a coronation king. So, technically, we are under martial law.
When's his coronation going to be? Surely that's going to cost a lot of money as well.
He wants it very low key, he said, apparently.
He's not worried about
yeah. They call him Mellow Yellow.
It's all yellow.
you reckon that they spent all this
Next.
shit?
I don't know, but where do you get all these police from?
I know. And whenever you call one, they're fucking, oh, we've got no one available. Look.
They're all down in London, that's why.
Yeah.
No, it's typical shit, mate. They've got the police when they fucking need them, and then they spend the rest of the time telling you, man, we don't have enough police. You fucking do, you bunch of cunts. You've got too many. I bet you at least fucking 3 or 4 in that line you see there are fucking sexual deviants.
Anne-Marie's so it's going to take about 12 months for coronation to plan, because it's all got to be planned out to the last detail. And of course, King Charles III has got to learn his lines off by heart.
What, approved?
Police are we allowed to use the M word, or should I call it what it is? They're paedophiles, man, half of them.
He's got to learn to say approved.
Yes.
Approved.
That took him a long time.
Approved. Approved. Oh, that's proved. I approve. I approve. I approve. I approve.
No, I don't really like the N word being bandied around because it loses.
All right, paedophile then. I'll call it for what it is. They're fucking glorified, fucking uniformed, fucking paedophiles.
Well, some of them are.
And the ones that ain't are paedophile protectors.
Or protector, yeah, that's what I would say they are. They're protectors. You know, don't get me on that subject because any convicted paedophile, in my opinion, should have their heads chopped off.
Chopped. Oh, have their head chopped off. Well, I wouldn't just chop it off. Not unless it's like with a fucking blunt, rusty blade.
Well, just let us have the guillotine. Reuse it.
Is that where what's that? Is that where they pull the arms and legs off?
The rope's cheaper, bro.
Well, no, that's the rack. That we can have that first. We can stretch them a bit, you know.
You know where you pull all their arms and their legs away from the body. We should do that one.
Yeah. I think if we did it in public and filmed it, I think it'd be even better.
It'd be cool. Like I've got a table and chairs out in the garden, right, and it's got like an umbrella in the middle, and like to make the umbrella go up, there's like a little thing that you spin and like a little handle, yeah, and you wind it. Like I could just stand there and very, very slowly just carry on winding it up until their arms and legs come away from their torso. That would be fucking great, man. I think a lot of people would pay to watch that.
That's actually how the prison guards got their name Screws.
We can make money from these fuckers, man. Not actually have to put money into housing them. We can make money off of watching people.
Well, we've got an echo. Someone's got a link open. Okay,
not me.
It's gone now. Yeah, it's gone now. It'd have been Mellows.
Yeah, I think that'd be great.
I hate to say this, Anne-Marie, there won't be another bank holiday. What they'll do is they'll move the spring bank holiday to the day of the coronation, so we won't get it. We only got an extra bank holiday because the old bird died. I mean, that's what I got out of it, was a day off being paid, and I think I sat on YouTube most of the morning. And I did a 3-hour stream.
Has anyone seen what Vladimir Putin's doing? He's gone to like those high security prisons and that, where it's full of fucking weirdos and getting them to join his army.
Well, again, that doesn't surprise me. I thought you were going to say he's polishing a little red button.
Hello, mate.
Nah, all like sex pests and that. All these kind of people.
Oh, it'll
He's
then
offering them
become
freedom in order to
yeah,
fight against Ukraine.
yeah. And quite a few of them will probably sign up on that basis.
Yes, that's right.
And Marie, I totally agree with you. It would be classed as a state event, and there should be another bank holiday, if nothing else, just so that I can run another live stream at the same time to coronation.
A hen.
You're out with your camera on, Ministry.
And to be fair, he's like, just it's going to be like a small affair thing. No, you're only saying that because you know no one's going to turn up for it like they did your mother, you fucking idiot. That's the truth. Really.
Oh yeah.
No one gives a shit.
I didn't see that part, but someone told
I think
me.
everyone just wants an extra holiday, don't they?
Sorry, what was that?
Everyone just wants an extra holiday, don't they?
Oh, exactly.
That's all.
Yeah. Well, we got one. We'll say we got one because your bird died. We might as well have one for him being coronated. Oh, sorry, crowned. Not that I'll watch it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
No, I watched about half hour at the start of the Queen's funeral when they were getting all the troops into possession and all that precision stuff, and then as soon as they set off on the old fucking walk, that was enough for me.
I didn't watch any of it. I'll be back in a second.
He's anti-Queen, this bastard here.
Oh, you got to have a bit of remorse, you know, fellow human being and all that.
So I'm just winding him up.
Another YouTuber on YouTube.
This is exciting, and it's like waiting for two gangs of kids at school to fucking go at it.
Fight!
Yeah, exactly.
It's getting rowdy now.
Rowdy, baby, rowdy.
I would definitely be playing a game of, if I was up there doing, if I was an auditor and doing this sort of thing, I'd be having a game of Spot the Instigator, I would, and concentrate on them.
Yeah.
Because it's obvious they're old Bill, or, if they're not old Bill, they're planted security. To start the slogans off and throw a bottle or a cup of drink here and there. There's people who've documented it well and caught the instigators in the past. I think one of them was in Cardiff, actually. And the same person had been photographed at 3 or 4 different demonstrations doing exactly the same thing.
Wow. Mad, isn't it?
Definitely going to kick off.
It's like to say, while all this is going on at the same time, the stock market is playing havoc, right? Ethereum is up almost 5%.
Yeah.
BTC is running stable for the first time in months. Yuan has recovered from its financial collapse, its crisis. So clearly, everyone's corporations are taking their money out of the first world and putting it into China.
It looks like a war zone.
Hi guys, sorry about that. Try and sort a few different things out. My missus has just been offered another job. Well, an interview for another job. So she's thinking about it. Hello, Carl. Hello, Alison. Nice to see you. Thanks for dropping by. What's going on here? It looks like the same. The thicker.
I posted a couple of shorts yesterday during the lockdown. That looked like a war zone.
Oh, I see what the police are doing. They're blocking accesses, aren't they?
Is there any?
And to be honest, does anyone else feel like a lot of these protests are just like hot air, man? Like, this ain't a protest, man. What, just walk in the street? It's no more busy than a fucking normal day in London. That's not a protest. These fucking idiots making this big meal all the time of, I'm going to protest. These fuckers really need to go and have a word with the Americans. Americans will teach these how to protest properly.
Well, hello, Pork Chops. How are you doing? Are you not in Spain?
We're battling them, breaking up the groups and splitting them all up.
That way it's
It
easier
only happens if you allow them.
Well, when you've got such a large group of
you just
Ivy's veg.
No, but if you've got a big presence of you guys, you just walk over them like. Has anyone fucking ever watched The Lion King? Huh? When the dad gets trampled over and he dies right in front of his son's eyes. That's how simple it is. That's how simple it is. Hakuna Matata, guys. Just fucking storm straight. They're just a couple of men in high vises. That high vis doesn't make them stand any stronger or taller. Just charge.
Right. Hang on. Pork Chops. I've got to say, mate, you've gone over to Spain just so that you can chill and have a beer. Well, I'm chilled, I'm at home, and I'm having a beer. I didn't have to go all the way over there. But it's great that you found some time to drop in and see how we're doing. Sorry, Bear, I know you were on a roll there.
No, that was it, really. That was it. I finished. They're all dead now. They're all just a bit of bloody mess all over the road.
Hello, Dewart.
It'd be interesting to see what happens later, if there's any championship football happening in London today. I don't know if there's any Premiership football on or not, but...
No, it's all international.
I have no idea.
It's all international, is it?
This weekend, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why it's been arranged. But he gets the sun, though. Yeah, he shaves his head just for it. DeWitt, you're right. I totally agree with what you're saying. Same sheeple, different flock.
They ain't protesters, mate. None of them can protest. That's a piss poor example of a protest.
This is not a protest. This is an organised walk through London with the police.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you know what I mean? What's this? A bit of like, are they trying to, I don't know. What's going on here?
I don't know, because to me, a protest is where you're all together and you have a route and you follow the route.
It's like a charity walk without the charity.
Looks like some kind of social, I don't know, gathering.
Disorganized gathering.
Yeah, it looks like they're being escorted to have a picnic or something.
Yeah. Piss poor, man. Piss poor. This country say that, we're here defending. You ain't defending shit. You're telling me they're defending anything. They ain't defending shit. No wonder so many people keep getting in this country. Look, all these people that think, I'm still standing for my rights. You ain't doing shit, mate. You're the reason why fucking people are still coming in. Oh, guess why? Because now they're all fucking focused on this today and not the people that are fucking swimming over in their little dinghies. Fucking idiots.
Well,
listen,
I can honestly say
I just think if you're going to protest, do something a bit extreme. Just do something a little bit extreme, innit? That's what I'm trying to get at. Like,
no, I'm not. I don't want to promote any violent or illegal actions.
No, that's why I said extreme. I didn't. You're the one that started naming.
No. Let me finish. But as somebody who was not just remembers the riots, the proper riots I'm talking about back in the 80s, but also somebody who took part. This is so tame, it's unbelievable. It's like a stroll in the park. Totally disorganized, because you wouldn't allow the police to do what they're doing here.
Yeah.
All right.
That little fucking protest I'm following over in Shenstone's more effective than this.
Hey, you like to see that?
I'm far more
There you go.
organised.
On YouTube, local.
There you
Don't
go.
be deadly serious,
Land Rover
man. It's more-
summed it up there.
Okay, yeah.
I got a report on all the.
Yeah.
It's obvious the organisers of freedom protests were in collaboration with the police. The police that were effectively leading the marches to wherever they wanted them to go. Very true.
Local Experimentalist UK.
Yeah,
Well, as I say, the
let's-
police are there to facilitate the protesters at the end of the day.
Well, they're there technically to breach the peace. I mean, to stop any breach of the peace.
Yeah, and facilitate the protesters. That's why when you see these crazy people that go and block up the roads and stuff, right? What are they? The ones all that global warming bollocks. That's why you see the police taking them a cup of teas and biscuits and not dragging them off by their short and curlies. Because they're actually there to facilitate them. They're not there to fucking tell them they can't.
No. Have you filled in the right form? They're there to protect bureaucracy. The only time they'll do anything is if somebody actually does something illegal in their eyes and they can make something up. But most of these will be on time and a half or whatever that have been pulled in off the days off or holidays. So they got compensated for it. So it all adds to what we pay out as taxpayers.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of them are, not City of London police, and they're probably ones that are left over from the fucking Queen's funeral that have been paid to stay on.
Right.
Yep.
You know,
do
you not think the protests? Why don't they all go down to Dover? All these people that want to go on this walk, why don't you go stand on the fucking shores of fucking Dover and turn around and say, anyone that you fucking bring on here, we're going to... Do you know what I mean? That would be more effective, right? Or go down there as a collective down there and be like, we won't let any more come in. We will not let you bring any more in. No more are coming in today because there's too many of us here and we're going to throw them back in the sea if you even try and attempt to bring them in. Why don't people do that?
There you go, UK. I agree with that. You can protest. It's your right to protest. But we'll tell you the time and place when it's most convenient for us to sort it out. I know it wasn't word for word there, but it's the same meaning. And I agree. I firmly believe that if you want something, you either have to take direct action or be in a position where you can highlight what's going on, and give an unbiased opinion.
Yeah, I've got...
This is a shambles. I was just going to say, this is a shambles, this. I'm glad I watched it. I'm glad I've done what I've done, but it is a shambles, folks.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's... the issue isn't with immigrants who genuinely need help, because historically as a nation, that's what we've done. I know during empire times it was a bit different, but historically as a nation, that's what we've done. Nations that have helped us in the past, we help them out. But the thing is, with them coming across the English Channel, you could get someone come in, oh yeah, I've got no papers, I'm from, say, Iran or something, and he could be from Iraq, and a convicted criminal who's just managed to escape, jail somewhere. That's what I worry about,
Yeah, I mean, apart from the fact that I think it's a waste of human life, trying to, or risking yourself doing that, but I don't think I believe that we have no choice but to have immigration, right? So there's a legal way of doing it, and I think that's the right way of doing it. At least you've got control to a certain extent, whereas allowing them in been in a little dinghy and they've come across the the channel, risk life and whatnot. I think they should really be told, get back in your boats and go.
Yeah.
Hello, Devo. How you doing, mate?
The French government have got a lot to answer for because they do absolutely nothing on the other side. They're allowing all these French people to sell them boats and motors that ain't fit for purpose, half of them. They're the ones that the French police should be going after, but they just let them crack on. They just, all they think, oh, there's another 18 gone, there's another 21 gone. Fuck it, innit? It's like, I bet there's a freedom of information somewhere.
It starts with our government.
Yeah,
it starts with our government. Tell them to take the thing down off their website, man. On the .gov website, there's a whole fucking page on how when you come here, you will get and then everything. It's like a big fucking advertisement to anyone abroad.
Yeah.
Come here, and we'll give you everything.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's just the way that it's done. I mean, I don't even estimate that here that they've got 10,000 people on this march, by the way. Because they're all split up, you can't really tell. I'm still trying to figure out what the Trump flag's doing there. Never mind the red and white one, which is bobbing about. I think that's the colour. I mean, that would be the colour of St. George, that. But I don't know, to be honest. That was a question the Fallings asked earlier on. Devo's probably thinking, what the hell's going on here? And he's probably halfway stoned by now. I don't know if you're running anything over the weekend. In fact, everyone head over to Devo's Week Chronicles. It is a laugh. Believe me.
Was it?
Devo's Weed Chronicles. Devo, you should be able to put your own link in. I'm sure you can. What's going on here? Yeah, it's working still. Oh, it stopped. Yeah, put your own link in, Devo.
Oh, yes, I've done it. I've subbed. No, yes, I've subbed. New sub here.
You've shown the love.
Anyone that looks like a stoner gets my vote.
Yeah, I'll have to do it.
Looks like. Yeah, I'll tell you this.
It's got a ganja flag, and it's
Parliament Square in London, where we started off. So I'm here.
We need a new modern day Guy Fawkes, don't we?
Reporting on another protest in London.
One a bit more smarter that she can pull it off.
Protest is all about anti-invasion. Illegal immigrants. You're not welcome here.
Hello, Lisa Marie.
I just want to know when it's going to kick off. I do. Afternoon, Lisa Marie.
Yeah, if anyone can tell me when the local stream is still... Oh, hello, local. Have you stopped streaming, mate? Right. Well,
so we're right behind you.
Right, okay. There we go.
Does that mean we're really far behind?
Yeah, I've stopped sharing now because with local being in here, there's obviously not much point. We're about, I estimate about 11 minutes behind, but nothing's happening, apart from anything which has been staged. I'm going to have something to eat, so I'm going to be quiet while I eat it, folks.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to jump out. My phone's fucking done like this StreamYard. So
it goes down well quick, and it makes your phone overheat like fuck.
Oh no, it's fucking. It's only started doing it bad the last few weeks, but it's obviously the battery's starting to degenerate. Like,
yeah.
But I have had the phone 4 years, so.
Fucking hell, that's good innings, isn't it, on a phone these days?
Yeah, fuck. I only cracked it when I was fishing with Andrew for the first time. Fucking dropped it and only cracked the back on the one corner, and I fixed it. But I was still pissed because I had it for 4 years without the scratch on it.
How did you fix it?
Clear nail polish.
Oh, okay. Someone tried telling me put your fucking phone in an oven. I was like, you fucking mad?
Ah, fuck that. I'll just put some clear nail polish on it, let it dry, and put another coat over it, and then put it back in its case. And it doesn't come out its case very often. Only when I put it in a tripod like it is now, it comes out of the case.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to jump out. I'll probably jump back on in a minute. I'll have to set up my laptop.
Yeah, no worries, bro.
No problem. I'll keep my eye open for you.
Yeah.
Local, if you want to come up, you're more than welcome. You know that.
Yeah, that's Local. What's going on, bro?
Mellows will be back. He's just taken his dog out for a walk.
No one knows how to protest, brother. I swear. I need to start a protest, man. I'll show them how it's done.
What, you and your own mate?
No, wow, I'll lead the fucking way. I don't mind that. But like, if we're gonna protest, let's fucking protest properly. Let's really make fucking things difficult for these fuckers. Going out for a little walk with a bunch of fucking glorified paedophiles is, in my opinion, not a protest, mate. It's not a protest. We got to make this shit difficult. Make them think, oh no, not another one of these. They're just thinking, oh no, oh look, another protest today. Or the coppers are thinking, oh, we're going for a nice little walk around London today. Like, fucking hell, man. Protest. Cause carnage.
Local's battery's flat, unfortunately. Which one with paedophiles? Well, take your pick. You probably got a 50 chance.
The ones in fluorescent jackets.
But not all of them. Just some of them.
Just most of them.
So where do we go? Where do we go from here, Bear? What would you protest about?
What would I protest about?
Yeah.
What would I protest for?
Yeah.
I would protest for world peace. World peace. Everybody, you know all these guns. Guns. Why were guns made? Why do you think guns were made? Any idea?
For war.
But were they? Originally, the very first time, were they made for war, or were they made, I don't know, as a tool for hunting, or were they just made for war?
No, they replaced the bow and arrow and things like that for when people were, I'd like to say men, because at the time it was men. It was just for hunting. Hello, Caucasian Sasquatch.
For hunting, exactly. Caucasians got it. For hunting. So unless let's everybody, you know this knife amnesty, or everyone hand your knives in, yeah? Hand your knives in. Stop knife crime. No. How about all governments handle their weapons in? Destroy all weapons. Yeah? No weapons need exist. Why do weapons need to exist other than for hunting? And guess what? The way we don't really need to hunt in that form anymore. So there's no need for weapons anymore. Genuinely, there's no need for weapons. You might think and you're led to believe that you need to have weapons, but that's only what's been programmed into you all. We don't need weapons. Get rid of all weapons. There's no need for them.
Weapons are used as but weapons are used as a tool for control. Now, it's not the weapons that kill people; it's the people on the triggers.
No, of course.
So
but that's what I would say. You don't need them.
You got the right. I would say you got the right to protect your own.
I just don't think we need them.
There you go. Actually, when invented gunpowder, it was used for entertainment and magic. But then some hoodwink dude said, "I know what."
Yeah.
That's called evolution of mankind.
That's why it don't matter, man. You can't change mankind and what we are as a human race, and we are the most destructive fucking creature on the planet. The most dangerous creature on the planet, and unfortunately with that comes we're like the biggest danger to ourselves.
Yeah, and an AI will eventually take over and realise that and want to get rid of humanity. Or am I thinking of a film?
I'm with the animals. I reckon all the animals should come together and take out the humans while they still can.
Well, I think we should allow the cats to have thumbs.
We should allow the cats to have thumbs.
Yeah, they're intelligent little bastards. Give them thumb, Jesus. They'd find a way of holding a gun and shoot you as a weapon, redeeming the world. But
yeah, the world's a fucked up place, mate.
I think the problem is, I think the problem is, Bear, that when it comes to protesting, I don't think people know how to protest anymore.
We've got the rules, mate. They ain't got the rules no more. That's what it is.
They need to look back and look at what protests were and the way that you did it, because you had marches that were peaceful, well organized and went wherever they wanted to go. Not anymore.
Yeah.
Cats just have to look at you. That's true. And Land Rovers hit it right on the head there, Neil. War is extremely profitable. That's why we're never going to get rid of weapons. Because there's so much money in it.
I know. Obviously, it's never going to happen. Listen, most people, when they protest, no offence, but it's a pipe dream. You have that right to protest, and I support anyone's right to protest. But 9 times out of 10, it's a pipe dream, man. It's something you ain't really going to change. You're just there making a noise about it.
It's the noise that helps and raises awareness. And if you can get one person who is happy or is what's the word? Not happy. Who opens the mind up to what's going on. I think that is a good thing, and I think that's something that personally I would like to see. Is one person's never been in a stream, not even sure why they're here or what's going on. They listen to what people say, and they go away and they think about it, and they realise then that what is actually happening, because you can only do that for yourself. Nobody can do it. You can show them, but you can't convince them. They have to convince themselves.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, mate. It's
So this is where we have the quietness. Hey, Caucasian Sasquatch, how you doing, my old friend? Welcome to the Grim Reaper Radio Show.
Welcome to the Grim Reaper Radio Show.
How you doing, mate?
I'm alive and kicking, brother. How you swinging?
Both ways. No, I don't actually. That's a joke.
Slightly low and to the left.
Yeah, I suppose you could say I'm a bit left wing.
Yeah, I never ride on a plane with Ben Shapiro.
So, what's your take on weapons? Do you think we should have him? Do you think we should?
He's American, of course. He thinks we should probably have him. No, really joking. Really joking.
Got me off base. It's not firearms we're discussing. We're discussing weapons. Firearm can be used as a weapon. Anyway, weapons in general are a fact of existence. Whatever opinions you may have about what should and shouldn't happen, that's all amongst yourselves. The fact is they exist. Crazy people will use them to do crazy shit. That's the problem we have with weapons. Here. Having a gun does not make you any more dangerous than a person with a hammer. If you're crazy, you're just as dangerous. Crazy people do crazy things. That's what makes them dangerous.
So why is it in America you keep electing crazy people in charge of you?
Oh, it's because we are like this paraplegic, quadriplegic baby that goes insane every 4 years and have a psychopathic episode and changes their head. You honestly
I like that.
have any sort of rhyme or reason? I mean, we literally 180 every 4 to 8 years.
Now, just so that people are aware, these are the opinions of the people on the panel only. And if you take offence, there's not a lot we can do about it. But there is an email address you can
send on this panel. I want it hunted down and shot immediately.
Sorry, Caucasian, I missed that.
I said if there's anything more important than my opinion on this panel, I want it hunted down and shot immediately. Stolen lines from stolen movies.
Yeah. Well, all movies are stolen when they're copyrighted.
When you take a Douglas Adams quote and you absolutely just destroy it by its delivery, yeah, it's a stolen movie. Sorry.
That makes perfect sense.
Okay, so here's my problem with laws that infringe upon firearms.
Go.
That was the general subject I walked into. All right, this, much like the weapons argument, exists. It does not take a genius to build one of these things. I can do it with a couple of files and some time and a local Home Depot card. It's not rocket science. So the idea that you could just stop people from having guns or having weapons or having knives or hammers just by saying you can't buy them is beyond the pale of insanity. They will exist, and when you outlaw them, only the people willing to break the law will have them. And then you have to call a cop to go get his service pistol to come over here and deal with this guy who's already murdered your ass and left. No, hard pass. You try that crap coming across my threshold, leaking will occur. Leaks here and leaks there, and I'll have to replace my carcass. I like my carcass. I don't like that idea.
Yeah, well, that's how it's already set up here, isn't it? Like, you know, really, the only people that the guns fall into the hands of here are the bad people.
And
you know, while all the rest, the good people, just have to sit and be fucking robbed and murdered and raped and all the rest of the bad things that could happen to an individual.
Because top-down management of self-protection is a joke. It's full of there. If you need to protect yourself, you need to do it right now and without hesitation. Because if you hesitate, you have lost your chance to protect yourself. This goes for anyone, bare-fisted, walking dark naked in an alley in New York City in the middle of the night. I don't know why you're there, but self-protection is a fact of life. You must protect yourself from absolutely every facet of existence because it's all trying to kill you.
Yeah. Yep. I think people think that, well, if you don't protect yourself now with what's coming, you don't realise what's coming. And as Bear said, prepare for what's coming.
Right. I would rather sit here with my controversial firearm sitting right behind me for the past 20 years and never have used it in any form of violence that wasn't hunting or target practice. Period. Just never used. I've never pulled it to point it at anyone because that's wrong. It's not a toy. You don't play with it. I know you see people on YouTube doing really dumb stuff, but they're doing really dumb stuff. And sometimes, yes, they are professionals. Does that give them a pass? Somebody's got to do it, right?
Yep.
If I'm not,
are you moving the furniture around?
Yeah, I think he's rearranging his sock drawer. It doesn't.
Yeah, well, there's one thing. I mean, I agree that we should have the right to have weapons because
weapons. When you say weapons, are you speaking firearms or just anything to defend yourself?
Sorry, I'll rephrase that. Yeah, you're right.
Carry a broadsword.
Yeah, I think
Lido Salamanca.
Yeah, I think we should have the right to be able to defend ourselves. And I think we should have the right to do that, even if it means having a firearm on the property. So long as you should respect the firearm, though. That's the thing. And firearms are used for local gangs and whatnot.
Did he say something about why do we still need weapons? There's no need for weapons. No one needs one. Can I direct your attention?
Yeah.
Have you heard of Florida Man?
If nobody had weapons, if nobody had weapons at all, then of course there'd be no need for them, right?
But no, we would immediately invent them. It's human nature. We'd hit. You remember that whole story with Cain and Abel?
Yeah.
There were no weapons in the world, and Cain's first act was to create one. Think that shit through real heavy.
Question from the chat from DeWitt: have guns made America any safer? I would say, has it made it any unsafer?
So here's the thing.
Well, I don't know. Do you want to start doing? If someone's got the time to do it now, go look up statistics, man, to other countries. I think you're going to see that there's still a high numbers, man, that are due to fucking gun.
You're not understanding how many guns are in private ownership in America.
Oh, there's probably more than people.
You try, well, there's way. There are people who collect guns who have thousands. There are other people who own particular guns, but may have 10 or 12 of them. There are I know one guy. He is not a dealer or nothing like that. He just purchases them as quote unquote futures. They're investments. There are billions of guns in the U.S., not millions, not hundreds of millions. The only places guns are restricted to let me rephrase that. The only places firearms are restricted to any measurable degree are federally, in buildings and whatnot on federal properties, which includes schools and all kinds of other things you wouldn't necessarily expect to. And certain inner city regions have attempted to pass ordinances and laws to restrict the lawful carry of firearms, and the Supreme Court of whatever state is currently casting down those laws as fast as they're written. They just toss them out. They're useless. They don't even rule on them. They're just like, no, no, over and over again. But they keep passing laws because they want them defenseless. They want us to not be able to stand up for ourselves as an individual or a group. And so the division sown by absolutely every single agenda you hear is all the division that they need to try to other some other group. They're doing what they accuse us of doing. Oh, well, we're down on these people, say the black and brown people. Well, you're white, so you're definitely against black and brown people. Oh no, I think they're beautiful. I'm trying to have a rainbow soccer team of daughters. So yeah, you're gonna have to take that one somewhere else. I judge on merit, not race. My name is a joke. It is irony itself. You're welcome.
I think the problem with the US, I don't think that the massive shootings are the ones which hit the press. They're the ones which are driven to be used for the anti-gun lobby.
They handpick. Think about Chicago or Detroit on any given weekend. You could go in there with the standards that they apply to school shooters to qualify them as mass shooters. You go into any Detroit neighborhood and you'll have 4 or 5 a weekend. That's not counting individual shootings that are not on that registry. That's not counting other types of gun violence that takes place, just randomly in any urban populated region. That's not because it's legal to carry guns there. Detroit and Illinois in general is one of the most difficult states in America to acquire any type of a firearm because they license everything.
Okay. Do you know what? Okay, fair enough. Your argument for guns is a fair one, right? I don't actually disagree with it. I do agree with you to a degree. But the extent of the weapons that are available to the average person, do you agree with that? Do you think you need to be able to buy extended clips and ARs and things like that? Is that really necessary in order to defend yourself?
This is coming from the perspective of a constitutionalist American. I'm not your average American. I don't abide by. I do abide by local laws and edicts as they're legal.
Yeah.
But I'm a constitutionalist first. I don't do the whole party thing. I'm not with this side or that side. On some things, I agree quite wholeheartedly with the whole quote unquote leftist agenda. Like, for instance, a one pay medical system is about the only way to manage the drug problem we have in America currently. If you don't just take the pharmacy companies out of the equation, you can't deal with the problem. On the flip side, I think you could have 300 million law-abiding, rational Americans living in the same city and never have any real gun violence that wasn't directly associated with just the general shittiness of people versus people. Cheating wives and roaming ex-girlfriends and stuff like that, right? Your general stalker type stuff always happen, and I don't care if there's guns there or not. They're crazy people. You can't help it. But the overwhelming majority of people affected by gun law of any description is law-abiding citizens, not the criminals, because criminals are criminals. They're already criminals.
Yeah.
I don't understand why you keep doing things to make the criminals the most armed individuals in an area when armed individuals make damn sure the areas are calm. A well-armed population makes for very courteous neighbors. Yes, ma'am, and yes, sir, in almost every case. Because consider this. I'm in Georgia. Georgia has constitutional carry. I have a pistol I carry in my pocket when I go to the bank, when I go to the bathroom, when I go to my pops, when I go to pick up some diapers and liniment down at the freaking grocery store. Yes, I have a pistol in my pocket, and it is perfectly legal, and they don't ask anything about it unless it's, hey, are you carrying a gun? Yeah. Okay. That's it. I've been pulled over with it in my pocket, like all kinds of stuff. They literally don't care as long as you're not doing nothing stupid. You pull that gun out in public, that is referred to as display or brandishing. One is acceptable. The other is a crime. Can you spot the difference? I know how to tell you. Do you remember the meme of the California couple that were out back? One of them had a rifle, the other had a pistol. It was a dude and a woman that looked straight out of GTA 5.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah.
So one of those people was displaying, and that is perfectly legal. And the other one was brandishing. The guy with the rifle, who never pointed it at anyone but just stood there holding his rifle, did not break the law. The chick who was like directing traffic with her pistol did.
Okay. I do get what you're saying.
He did not. So there are laws that take care of things like that that don't involve actual gun violence, you know. It's all quite rational. Don't shoot people you don't intend to kill. Problem solved.
Mm. Vincent, if you want to come up and have a chat, you're more than welcome to Record Reality. Anybody. We have the link pinned at the top, just in case. We just don't mind
So
having
in a
a discussion.
nutshell, really, you're
I'm a bit of
the reason behind the reasoning, but the reason for most of these mass shootings then isn't because you have guns in your country. Has nothing to do with your laws around guns. It is just simply because I don't know. I guess then there's more chance that it's down to the fact that your country doesn't do enough for people with mental health issues. Then, right?
I'll give you that one wholehearted %. Yes, sir. You are correct.
Yep.
Absolutely.
So if more was done around mental health supporting people with mental health in America, do you think that would bring the gun crime down in your country?
Oh God, yes. Do you remember me talking about a single pay system for a medical system that should encompass mental health as well? Yes, but we could knock out a handful of black projects that the citizens aren't even told about and finance the whole freaking thing with chump change as far as they're concerned. So I don't really want to hear that story. Also, if the government wasn't subsidizing the medical pharmacopoeia industry and the medical industry wasn't subsidizing the government, we wouldn't have so many doctor senators now, would we? We'd have real people, maybe more lawyers, but what are you going to do? It comes down to the fact that the only people a law against your self-protection affects are the people who obey laws. If
Hey
they're
guys.
not obeying the laws,
Hi, Vincent, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you, Grim.
Hey.
Hey, BBA. Hey, Caucasian Sasquatch. I haven't come across you before, man.
Oh no, I've seen you in chat, but I lurk a lot.
To answer BBA's question, when somebody asks if reducing guns in America would reduce the amount of gun deaths, is you have to look at the cities that have the strictest gun laws in America, like Chicago, where the gun crime is 6-7 times the rate of those states where guns are perfectly legal. That's the answer, BBA. It's not the right answer, but that sort of covers it, you know.
but I can give you an association that doesn't work specifically per capita, but is an excellent blueprint for how to run a city. Kennesaw, Georgia, if I'm not mistaken, it's Kennesaw, Georgia, has a legal thing in its constitution where, in order to benefit from the city's or maybe the county, I think it's the county's services, you have to render a certain county service. This county service includes the ownership of a military grade current rifle, ownership of a military grade current pistol, which means it can't be an old cap and ball revolver. You have to go get whatever the military is currently utilizing or an equivalent, and that's what you're supposed to have in your truck or at your disposal at all times. Do you want to know how much gun crime occurs in Kennesaw?
0.
Like less than not you. In order to find a gun crime, you find people who came to Kennesaw and did not realize they were fixing to fuck around and find out.
When everyone walks around either showing or not their weapons, you tend to find there's far less trouble going on.
You get a much higher quality interaction between people because we're all very, very nice to the man with the gun.
Exactly.
And if we all have guns, we're all the man with the gun. So, yes, sir. No, sir. 3 bags, sir.
And America is also as well, when it comes to gun crime, I mean, I don't support everyone having guns. I don't support nobody having guns. I'm kind of in the middle. But in America, statistically, most of these gun shootings are ended by civilians. Disproportionately large amount of them are ended by citizens. I think it's more than 50%. The last one recently was a woman. Some black fella had shot 3 people. I don't remember the state. I didn't really read the story much, but some woman just pulled out a gun and popped him. She was gone. A couple of weeks ago.
Situation is over. There's no longer a random mass shooter going around trying to execute people. All right, so schools. Schools are little mini Chicagos. We have saran wrapped our schools in chicken wire and chain link and layers of guards and laws to prevent people from carrying weapons and guns. And they have gotten very specific about these things. You can't carry certain chemicals that might, when mixed, create a slightly, irritable gas. It's so ridiculous. In fact, our schools look visually, when you look at them, they look like prisons to protect your children. What
would your position be on teachers being armed while in the classrooms? Would you agree with that?
My sister is a teacher. She's one of the best shots I've ever seen in my life. She's also one of the fastest draws I've ever seen in my life. Hashtag just saying that. And I used to go to like competitions and keep up with the whole like Olympic shooting thing because I'm not a jock, but I was a bit of a gun nerd. So
yeah, I think maybe.
Now I will
maybe
admit,
that should be a thing.
If you go look at the roster of teachers we currently have, there are quite a few of them I don't think would clear the Illinois red flag law. I just don't believe they would. They're all bipolar, schizo, manic, depressive nut jobs, and they are the reason we have morning hot coffee written on everything.
I know. Could you imagine them coming in on a Monday morning on a bad day? Probably not good to fuck with some crazy teacher that's a heavy drinker on the weekend, comes into work on a Monday morning all rough, and he's got a fucking couple of pain in the asses in his class. They're getting popped.
No, see, that's also covered in the laws. If you are a law-abiding gun owner, whenever you decide you're going to drink, you take your pistol and go put it up. You don't carry a gun when you are drinking. That's against the law. I mean, people say more gun control, but if people actually obeyed the law as it's written, there wouldn't be any problem. The problem occurs when you have people who weren't supposed to have, who have already been convicted of felonies, walking around with guns hidden. So a constitutional carry does not let more criminals carry guns. It lets more law-abiding citizens surprise the criminals that are carrying guns.
Hey, Nigel.
Hello.
Hello, freedom fighter. Long time no see. How are you doing?
Good.
We've got a bit of an international flavour.
You know what it is with us British. You have to sometimes excuse our ignorance around guns and stuff. You know, like, it's just the way. I think the way we've adopted it here, and it's no guns. That when we kind of look to places like yourselves and the States and your constitution around guns, it just kind of blows your mind away. But when I sit and I have these debates, or I ask the questions that I've asked you, it's why I ask you the questions. I kind of already know what your answer is going to be, to be honest. From many other Americans I speak to that call themselves, class themselves as constitutionists. Yeah. So I knew kind of the answers you were going to give me, but I ask them because it kind of like opens the minds up of us guys back here, and it gives us a bit more of an understanding as to
I've got a more perplexing
kind of why it is that it's an important thing for you guys,
Right.
Guns are a distant memory in this country for us. Obviously, none of us here in our living memory have owned guns. That ownership was gone long ago. But let me assure you, Sasquatch, if guns were still allowed, BBA would have probably the largest gun collection in the UK.
And the longest rap sheet as well. I'm not going to lie. Don't ever give me guns.
And all the world is right with BBA with a gun.
I'll be the biggest fucking tyrant on this planet if I was allowed to walk around with a gun.
Imagine doing an audit.
Do that. That's one of the things some of my guests do. They go to police departments with pistols strapped to their hip, walking.
I know.
Or an AR-15 on your back.
Yeah.
Hang on. We've got an ex-gun carrier owner, David. He used to have a gun. But the gun laws over here are so strict anyway. But I mean, they are strict to a certain extent over in the States, depending on where you're at. I mean,
here we have constitutional carry. I don't have to tell nobody nothing. I ain't got to go get no permit. I ain't got to be no kind of register. None of that. I put my pistol in my pocket and I go wash my car. I go to the grocery store. I go to the bank. Not too long ago, I think it was in Tennessee. It might have been Kentucky. There was a guy who tried to rob a bank. He got shot 6 times. The teller and like 5 different customers all shot him at the same time.
That's got to be a deterrent, hasn't it, Sasquatch? To future bank robbers. It's got to be.
You have no idea who's holding a pistol. That little old lady sitting over there, you never know. She might have been an Olympic marksman in 1929.
Yeah, man.
You don't know. God made man. Samuel Colt made them equal.
Yeah.
And Smith and Wesson.
Bobby, there's a few manufacturers. If you want to make the argument, you can say High Point, but jeez, I hate High Point.
What do you think about Sasquatch? This is a question for you. What do you think about the left's wishes to remove gun rights?
I'm totally against that. That won't work. You can do that in little groups and pockets around here, but there's no way you're going to tell Farmer Ed that he can't have his work.
You can do that in little groups and pockets around here.
Ouch.
That's a little painful.
And what do you think about governments that encourage gun ownership?
I think that they are personally worried about an invasion currently because that's not a thing that happens.
Interestingly, my son is half Czech, so he sort of lives in the Czech with his mum, and I'm there at the moment. And about 2.5 years ago, the then president Miloš Zeman made a speech after Russia had promised to fund all of the churches across Eastern Europe, Central Europe, and Miloš Zeman relaxed all of the gun laws in the Czech Republic and almost demanded all people to take up their rights to own guns, and he should encourage everyone to do so. What an amazing act for the leader or a leader of a country at that time in Europe, in the EU. You know, what an amazing act.
This is my question. This is my all right. So there's a YouTuber called Mandatory Carry. He's got some stupid stuff in front of his name. I can't remember what it is. It's like the Volstead spelled backwards. So he wants to enact a huge Second Amendment. He wants to amend the Constitution to require all psychologically stable, healthy male individuals and female individuals of voting age, in order to vote, must carry their a pistol of a certain quality. So no high points or anything like that.
Yeah. Has Grim fell asleep? Grim's snoring, I think.
Grim might be asleep.
No, I'm still here.
Real strange noise coming from you, Grim.
Yeah, I was going to say something.
I'm mute too.
Maybe he's getting a Hummer. I don't know. I hope, right?
And of course, recognize at the moment the Czech Republic, along with 2 or 3 other countries, are part of what is it called? The Reisvad. It's like an agreement between them not to take any immigrants into those countries, and they're viewing the rest of the EU, which are filling up very, very slowly and suffering from large amounts of violent crime now.
You know, because if you take a bunch of violent people from their homeland where there's a bunch of violence, and you put them in a neighborhood over here where, there's not a bunch of violence, they start fighting themselves and each other because that's their culture. That's what they're used to.
Yeah.
If they think they can intimidate and dominate you into doing what they want you to, they do that because it gets them what they want. It's rewarding behavior. And in America, when they're taking away like the cash bond system, which I have my arguments with that system myself, it's not perfect, but you have to have something in place to ensure compliance before you remove an insurement of compliance. Does that make sense?
It does.
You put the harness on before you take the collar off.
Everybody needs to understand the rules.
Oh, that's impossible, though. Have you read a court document recently? Right now, in Livingston Parish, there is a judge who has decided to write an ordinance which was adopted by the local town council to prevent any filming of the courthouse and its environs from public or any other space.
Well, they're allowed to do that.
They said to prevent the videos from being uploaded to YouTube, because think of the children.
Well, they write the rules, Sasquatch. So
no, sir, not here. That's not how that works. This judge that wrote that will be the reprimand. I can't remember what it's called. There's a reprimand system amongst judges where they stop him from taking certain cases that would ordinarily go to him because he can't be trusted on that topic or whatever. I don't know. I can't remember what it's called.
Recuse?
They will derode him.
They can. It can go that far, but usually he gets a weird punishment where he's not allowed to be a judge to actually rule, that he can like consult and all kinds of other stuff. He's not unjudged.
He's going to get disbarred. He's going to get disbarred as well, that judge. I saw that. I think I saw it on the police accountability report in Telegram.
Yeah. So the judge was threatened with being derobed. He rescinded the order, but not until after the parish, basically the county seat, adopted the order as an actual ordinance that would be enforced by the parish officers. And so now if you can see the way it's worded, if you can film the threshold of that courthouse, the front steps is the way it's phrased. You are in violation of city ordinance, and not only can they come and arrest you for filming it, first they're supposed to ask you not to, and then they arrest you for filming it, and then you get fined something like $5,000 for some absurd shit. I don't remember exactly how that went down. I had a guest come on
You
and
watched
explain.
James Freeman's video of the same judge. He contacted the sheriff, and the sheriff basically said he won't be enforcing any of the judge's rules.
Right.
So
But
the
when the
had
parish,
to, yeah.
when the parish voted on it, they voted in a really weird wording of it. So it includes everything inside the courthouse. The problem is Homeland Security and the federal government have backed the filming of all quote unquote public accessible spaces.
Yep.
If you have a picture on the wall that you intend for public to see, if you have any type of anything, memorandums, notes, anything like that on the wall that you expect
Public information, simply.
of any sort of public information on the walls,
Yep.
then that is an area that the public can go to.
Yep.
Because they are expected to see that.
Right, you can't trespass my eyes. Anything I can see in public, I can film it.
Right. Which is why you have these really freaky, like, uptown wives who like to get busy in the window, is because not only is it perfectly legal because you're in the privacy of your own home, people can see you and film you if they wish. It's a weird exhibitionist thing.
Have you got any addresses, Sasquatch?
He's on his way.
Just have a look.
I'll email you.
So that judge's ruling was challenged then, and now to be overturned.
Actually, because he rescinded his order and the council took up the parish took up the legal responsibility from it, it now has to go through the proper rescission process for Louisiana, which deals with like the Napoleonic treaties and shit. They've got some weird laws over there. And
Well, they want us away from public office. They want them as far away from accountability as possible.
Right.
We have an online bill, and also there's another bill which is coming up soon. I can't remember what it's called, but it's all to do with documenting private councils in this country. The online bill is just about to be scrapped. So they're attempting to do these things, but the online bill has been scrapped, and I think it'll come back in a more brutal form later. So even if you're able to access those government buildings, if you bring it online, then it's an illegal act. That's what they're aiming to do.
Florida sunshine laws.
Sorry, I missed that.
Are you familiar with Florida's sunshine laws?
No.
No, I was going to say I am.
All right. And you've heard of Florida Man, right? Does all the crazy stuff in Florida.
Yep.
Of course.
The reason you hear about those stories, that stuff happens everywhere. Every major city, every big like tourist trap, stuff like that goes on. The reason you hear about it from Florida is they have something called a sunshine law. This requires after like 90 days or 180 days or some time limit after the investigation has started, all information that was acquired other than specific redacted details has to be released to the public. So if you cut a weak fart in South Florida and a reporter smells it, it will be reported to the AP.
Yeah. It's basically for the good of the sort of general population's knowledge.
Corruption. It completely eliminated corruption.
Of course.
It
sort of exposes accountability across the board.
Across the board. Everybody has to deal with it. You know you're going to have to deal with it, so you need to cover your ass double thick.
But as I said, I don't know if you're aware of this. They're now not tackling the freedom of movement in this country in terms of accountability. They're attacking the ability to publish the results of that freedom of movement online. That's the bit they're trying to criminalise now. So
Yeah,
nobody else gets to see.
Surely that'll come down to the money you got.
Well, of course, yeah. Of course.
I mean, it's going to hit auditors. It's going to hit anybody, basically, who's near any of these buildings. Even if you're a tourist, and you put it on your Facebook, you still could end up being in breach of the law over here.
Sure. But here, all they're supposed to do, when you read the way that law is written, when you read that ordinance, it specifies video, audio recording, photographs, and images. So you can't even go out there with like an old school teletype, like daguerreograph or whatever you call it. Do one of those because it's technically an image. Daguerreotype, I can't remember. Anyway, this would put random drivers riding by with a dash cam in a position of having trespassed and therefore can't go back to the courthouse. Now, until it's legally done, it doesn't matter. But if you go home and upload something and bam, and you get the subpoena or whatever they call it, the order, they don't fine you. They just tell you can't go to the courthouse. Most people are going to go, I didn't want to go there anyway. But in that courthouse specifically, there's the council, the courts, the police department, the tax assessors, and like the public notary and a handful of other things that are all public access that they have basically put behind an invisible wall. You can't film us working. We got 250 cameras behind the desk, but you can't film us.
Well, I think that's bullshit.
You're correct, Black National. You are absolutely right.
Yeah, but doesn't that law go directly against the First Amendment?
Absolutely directly against it.
And
the pits of
now, my understanding is that the First Amendment overrides law.
First Amendment is the very first law of the land. If anything infringes on, in the way the Constitution is set up, anything offends a previous law, it is no longer a valid law itself. So the First Amendment means you can speak your mind at any public gathering you choose, provided you're not directly injuring people. You can't be slanderous, libelous, or any of that silly. You can't be directly abusive, but anything else is open. You can even be a total asshat. That's completely protected. The Second Amendment in no way infringes with the first, and so that's acceptable too. Congress shall pass no law regarding the ownership of firearms. So no infringements. That has no problem with the First Amendment. The third one and the fourth one, and it stacks up like that. If you get the one that infringes on a previous law, it's not a valid amendment. It's not a valid law. And so they eventually get sloughed off or just ignored, which happens more often than not.
It's important to remember, though, that the Constitution was written at a time when we didn't have recording devices, we didn't have the technology to extract other types of information. Should the Constitution be considered a dated document?
I don't believe so. I believe that the men have you well, all right. The men who wrote the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and the amendments in the Bill of Rights also wrote a whole boatload of other papers, correspondence, all kinds of letters back and forth to people in Europe and whatnot. Most of these works are kept in the Library of Congress. You can go online and go read any of them you want to. Everything from Federalist, Anti-Federalist, Federalist, all of them. Go check out Samuel Adams, some of his early work. This man understood exactly what a later government would do in relation to self-defense. It had to do with a small neighborhood in Boston where there was a problem with cannon ownership. People were buying cannons basically to show status, and so there was like this one road in Boston for a little while that had like all kinds of crazy naval guns just sitting in the front yard, and these people would powder them up and fire them off. And so the city passed an ordinance saying you can't have cannons on your front lawn and stuff. And so there's this big frou-frou about whether or not you can own such things. And it turns out that, sorry, there's no provision in any litigious body to allow you to remove someone's cannons. Although you can pass a local ordinance to prevent there from being gaudy displays, noise ordinances, visual ordinances, kind of like a really rickety HOA sort of. So they got rid of the cannons, but you can still own one. In fact, my pops has one.
He was also involved with the Boston Tea Party, wasn't he?
Right. Well, I mean, these are the same people who, when the shit hit the fan, all went and got their cannons. There was no lack of weapons when the Revolutionary War busted off, brother. Everybody was toting. So the idea that the First Amendment applies to sports and hunting, okay, I'll go with that, no problem. But really, the only purpose for the First Amendment is to prevent the military from having an upper hand over the average citizen. That was the purpose of it. Go read the Samuel Adams papers. It'll explain the whole thing, because in his mind, he had recently seen the detonation of a sea mine. And he was like, well, if we had a whole nation behind us, we could just sea mine up the whole world, right? So why can't people do that? And by his way of thinking, and this is going to sound absurd, I'm not saying I necessarily agree. By his way of thinking, if the U.S. government develops a nuclear ordinance, you should be able to go to your local gun store and acquire what's necessary to build an identical nuclear ordinance and keep it on your mantelpiece and tell everybody, look, I've got the bomb.
Could you talk to Iran about that then?
They seem to have a pretty good system going on. Sounds like everybody is growing. Maybe we could learn a few things. Now, do I agree with that? No, radiation is far too dangerous to allow some moron to put together his own jackleg nuke. That's obviously beyond the pale. We can't do that, because it doesn't just endanger the individual doing it and the people who live around him, but every single contact he makes from the point of acquisition of nuclear radioactive material until he has actually deposited it into a collector vessel. And probably a while after, because he himself would pick up radiation if it was improperly stored. And you can just about bet it will be, because we're talking randos, it's not exactly Ted Kaczynski I'm talking about here. He might have been able to get away with it, and that's what's terrifying. No, you can't own a nuclear weapon, obviously. I don't think anybody in their right mind would actually vote for that to be a thing. But a submarine? Why the fuck not? Okay, I'm a law-abiding citizen. I have no ill will towards anyone on Earth anywhere. Why can't I have a submarine?
I'll ask you a stupid question. Sasquatch, do you believe nuclear weapons exist?
Well, I'm gonna have to go with yes on that one, and I'm gonna have to. I'll tell you a couple of reasons why. One, if they didn't, there's going to need to be some real serious explanations as to what happened around the end of World War II. Right?
They were atomic bombs.
Okay, define the difference. I'm sorry.
Well, different chemical process, but they were Hiroshima and Nagasaki. They were atomic weapons.
Right.
We're now told about nuclear weapons, full power nuclear weapons, which are far more devastating.
Yeah. The Hiroshima bombs were fission devices. The modern H bomb and so on are fusion devices. And these devices are uncontrolled fusion reactions that result in a fission reaction after the fact.
Yeah. I believe they tell us about nuclear weapons to be the ultimate boogeyman.
If you want to go down the they say hallway and look at the portraits of the near misses and well meanings, mentionables, they say a lot of stuff, bro. Hollow Earth, hologram moon, reptilian overlords, robot reptilian overlords.
Do you believe that's them telling us that?
Does it matter?
It does.
Okay. If they were aliens, they would stick to the party line and wouldn't tell you because they would lead you with disinformation. If they were the government, they would toe the party line and feed you disinformation while doing whatever it is they're doing. If they're interdimensional elves of ill repute, they would, toe the party line, repeat it, and feed you disinformation to keep you from figuring out what's going on. If it was a literal demon from hell, from literally hell, he would toe the party line and feed you disinformation to keep you from figuring out what's going on.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is.
So I'm just saying, like, first of all, we have to define who is they. What are they talking about?
Sasquatch, there's a question there for you from Tony. I've pinned it regarding downloading something.
All right. So GitHub or Flash Hub, or there's a couple of other hubs like that. These are simply third-party locations where the full updated portion of the program is available. They have some type of a proprietary installation mechanism that makes it so that you don't have to go in and program every single step of the installation on a free program. The program is extremely dense, it's fairly heavy, and is as complicated as OBS in its own way. You can't broadcast with it, you can't do stuff like that with it, but as far as like an editing program, it is probably the greatest tool I have other than OBS. So you go to the GitHub thing, you may have to like put in an email address or something like that. I can't remember. You may have to like sign up for it. But that's just so that when they update their system, you can click update and you don't have to go to the site and download every single little update patch. They collect all the update patches and drop an update every week or two. But it's great. I use it for my shorts mostly. I do shorts compilations, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so doesn't matter which.
One's
doesn't matter.
Yeah. I think you just got to go look and see which one fits your system. And I can't remember which one I used because it was a year and a half ago and it worked the first time. So.
I think there's a question around something you said, Vincent, when you referred to atomic and nuclear.
Yeah, they are similar processes, but one ends the world, one doesn't. That was the point I was making with that.
A fission device goes off and leaves 83% of its nuclear fissile material just laying around as a general dust at the epicenter of the blast. The other 20% is blasted into the stratosphere and comes down as a radioactive fallout, depending upon the size of the blast and the shape of a big teardrop kind of thing, depending on the wind and the physical topography. And atomic bomb, like a straight up fusion device, is like one of the deuterium enriched uranium core like big mofos they tested during the Trinity experiment. That is a whole nother magnitude because it doesn't just fuse the fusible elements, it fuses them into fissile elements that then basically create a whole bunch of little atomic bombs around it that blow up all at the same time. A truly stupendous display of E equals MC squared. This also ends up with the ability to not just create a whole bunch of radioactive daughter elements that, half life out between 20 seconds to 2,373 years, but they also embed literal energized particles into the surrounding environment, making cleanup virtually impossible. Very
Any
good.
more questions regarding nuclear weapons? Please direct them to Sasquatch. No, my point being, they've scared all of us, scared me as a child whilst I was in school about nuclear weapons during the Cold War, and they're doing it very much over the last few days with Putin as well. They've scared us with nuclear weapons for years, and I don't believe they have bombs which end this planet. I believe they have bombs which make a bit of a mess, like Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
My concern with that is not so much the actual impact sites. We have demonstrated a capability to clean up those levels of nuclear daughter elements. It's difficult, but it's not undoable. And here's another thing that a lot of people don't consider. When you're talking about nuclear waste, you can use the terms nuclear fuel in that same interchangeable position.
Yeah.
Because virtually every major unstable element has a nuclear physical process to render it neutral. Or what's the term? It's no longer an excited element. It's balanced.
Benign, isn't it?
Yeah, benign. Render it benign. It takes time, and it's going to sit there and irradiate until it does that. But we have learned through the years to put these things in through a process that renders them benign. It might take a century or two. It takes a while, but we extract it into like breeder reactors and stuff. So the disposal of this stuff isn't really so much of a concern. That's a matter of time. If we can dispose of it and store it safely, then we can eventually render it safe, given time and a lot of nuclear power. Um, and it would make a lot of nuclear power trying to render it safe. That being said, the real issue is the airborne contamination of the high yield daughter elements. These things are true planet killers, and it doesn't take much of them to happen because a single particle of this stuff gets onto your skin and it just burrows in because it kills your skin on contact. And so you end up with like a little bump. And then you have cancer of the freaking brain a week later. Burying you doesn't get rid of the nuclear problem in that case. It's still sitting there being nuclear for the next 2 million years. Those things are freaking terrifying. And if we're talking about dropping 500 or 600 of them, one's bad enough, bro.
Yeah.
I'd prefer to go with a Moab.
At least it's all over instantly.
But it's not. No, sir, it's not. It's really not. Because it's
No, I meant with the Moab.
Oh, well, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's done. That's pretty. What was it they called it? A million miracles going off without a hitch.
Huh. But there are lots of questionables about the effectiveness of radiation as well. Chernobyl being one,
Elephant's foot.
What do you mean by elephant's foot? Oh, that's that's what they call the lump, isn't it? The mangia at the bottom.
Bubbling. Yeah, no, that's another one of those things where the Ukraine is stuck in a spot in between being able to deal with it and not being able to deal with it. Part of the problem with cleaning up Chernobyl is the just horrendous level of radioactive particulates that were dropped in the immediate area. if it had been cleaned up immediately, you could have went in there with D9s and whatnot, pushed everything back towards the center and kind of encapsulate it until you could deal with it. That might have been a much better approach than the approach that was taken on, evacuate everyone, of course, but then they just kind of locked down the area to watch it instead of actually doing,
Well, there's interesting accounts from when it happened at the time. The government obviously encouraged people to move away. Many of them didn't. Many of them had been there from birth with family members and so on, and they didn't choose to move. And there's no real hike in radioactive illnesses in that area. There's hundreds, probably thousands of people live within 10, 20 miles of it, country folk.
But if you go and look at the map, there's no one inside that 12 or 14 mile teardrop downwind where the actual heavy elements fell.
Yeah, I get that.
Okay.
I get that. And we detected it, I think 2 or 3 days after it happened. But when you hear some of the accounts of some of the people living there, the only discernible difference they spotted was a few trees died. I know people. I'm not unaware of the fact that right next to it, it's a real danger. But so few people died in what's considered to be the largest nuclear disaster in the world.
It wasn't. Bikini Island was.
Well, that was a deliberate act. Probably both deliberate acts, but
the
Bikini Island was a deliberate act.
Nuclear disaster. Chernobyl's not done. It's still sitting there melting.
I don't think Bikini Island's done either. They put a big concrete cap over the thing that is about to create a major crisis, about to crumble and release all of that radioactive waste that they tried to cover up.
And of course, there's Fukushima as well, which is still pumping into the sea.
I live not far from a nuclear plant, right? It behooved me to understand as much as possible.
I think we've all good now, don't we? We've all got one around the corner somewhere, not too far away. Especially us in the UK, fucking everywhere.
Yeah, they're so dangerous.
But they're not even owned by us.
No, French.
Yeah, they're owned by a company that operates in another part of the world, or across the channel. But thing is,
European companies.
Yeah,
mostly.
I mean,
one in is it the River Severn where they pump the water to cool the station, and then there's no fish for the local fishermen to fish because they're sucking all this water in, and then they're blaming it on climate. It's climate change, isn't it? Got to be the
climate change.
Everything's climate change.
The line out of the river just to cool down the station.
I was walking through the kitchen the other day, and my kid left some Legos on the damn floor, and I stepped on it. It hurt. This damn climate change is getting out of hand. Completely out of.
Well, guys, I've been going for well over 4 hours. I'm going to give it another 10 minutes or so. 5 o'clock here. And then I'm going to shut down for a couple of hours, and I might come back on later, depending on who's around, if there's people around, I'll join in.
So can I ask a question to the panel then? It's the 24th of the 9th, 2022, which supposedly is 666. I know it's 696 for those with OCD, but apparently it's 666. So any crazy theories around the panel of what's going to happen today? Is the Fed going to collapse? Is a meteorite heading towards us?
What we've not seen. Maybe Superman's going to land.
Superman's already here.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, when you see him, let me know.
I've got one here. There's a lot of a lot of naughty scams gone on in the past 2 years, and there's going to be a lot of people wanting to get rid of those evidence. So I'm expecting a one or two fires, and a lot of people. Yeah, I'm even expecting a Pearl Harbor type of ambush attack. You know, that will catch us all off guard, and and bring us into a war we can't win. But that's just me.
Do you think we're going to war with Russia?
You better hope not.
Russia, I think it's going to be much more complicated than that. I think my guess would be Israel and Iran would probably kick it off. China and Pakistan and India might get a bit busy. I think it's just going to be one of those dominoes that's just going to fall. I mean, which one's going to go first? My guess would be, I think Iran is a good one. Good one for the for the books.
Kerry swears that Iran is going to start World War.
Well, I mean, it was I don't know if you guys heard the other day. Was it a few days ago? 5 unblemished red heifers arrived in Israel. So you know what? I don't know if you guys understand what I meant just then, but if you know what I mean.
Yep. They grind them down.
Well, they need to blow some shit up, right? Because they need to build that new temple they've been promising. So yeah. I'm not. I'm kind of scared that this shit is going to escalate, and when it does, it's just going to. You know how rapid it is. It's just 1 minute. It's everything's kind of. Breathable, livable, and then all of a sudden we're in Beirut.
Do you believe that COVID was a dry run for preparing the population for the conditions of war?
I got a good one.
It was definitely a dry run for something, but I'll tell you what it did do. It definitely lined them up with so much money. I mean, they literally sucked trillions of pounds and stuffed it in their pockets, didn't they?
Yeah,
that was a good one. I mean, it was better than NASA, I think.
Let me run this one by you. Just an idea somebody put in my head a few years ago, and I was like, nah. But now that I've seen what's happened the past 2 years, I'm like, oh wow. Okay, let's say you wanted to institute a level of control over the world that you've never seen before, like some true authoritarian, nightmarish, dystopian Futurama BS, right? You would need to be able to predictably trigger a given response to given stimulus. And the only way to do that, like you said, is to prepare with various dress rehearsal dry runs. But you need to have a devastating enough initial occurrence to leave the impact needed for long-term change to just tap it, right? We were like this, now we're like this, right? Change, complete, total, like revolutionary change. In order to pull that level off, you have to induce fear and herd mentality into the sheep. And the best way I can think of, or this individual could think of to do it, was to fake a pandemic, inject everybody with a vaccine
solution.
Just we don't even know what it is. I have no idea. And make sure that vaccine carries something in it that would be triggerable by a given trigger later. Then you wait a couple of years, throw out the given trigger, poof, what, 4.7 million dead in the US? Like overnight, bam. Because it's triggered by something in the water or something in the air. Maybe I don't know, 5G. I'm not saying how. I'm just saying it was very, very strange the way they magically had a really strange boost necessary vaccine. That's not how vaccines work. I mean, everybody's familiar with vaccines. You go get your vaccines, you're good for what, 10, 15 years usually, right? This needed boost.
But you can't produce a vaccine for a virus. It's not possible.
Well,
because the virus mutates.
We all know what the plan was. If they carved it in stone, for Christ's sake. Even though they destroyed the evidence, and years from now people will forget. We will never forget. We will remember.
So now
They want to get rid of everybody, right? They want to depopulate the plan. We know the plan, right? We all know the plan. I mean, how are they going to get rid of all those people? They can't just do. War ain't good enough. I mean, even a world war won't get rid of that many people. They've got to use everything at their disposal, including,
I'm afraid that it's going to come down to a multiple tier gulag situation. In the long term, that's what I see them chavying up for, man. They want to rate everybody online and your behavior online as your actual self, and your physical body is merely a port to your online persona.
You went full conspiracy theory there, Sasquatch.
I'm just saying, man, look at what's actually taking place. They're trying to make a situation where no one knows how the money's actually controlled, and you don't ever actually see your cash.
Yeah, I mean, full disclosure, I agree with you. I agree with you. Not necessarily how you described it, but something is going on, and it is about stopping us.
It's control.
Yeah.
Do
you think it's related? Here's one that'll get rid of Grimm's channel. Do you think it's related to a certain race being expelled 89 times in history from countries?
I don't care about those. I don't know why anyone would. I don't understand why. I don't know. Maybe I'm too American to get it. I just don't get it. But here's the question: if the governments are being controlled by the strings of backdoor power, who's pulling those strings? And perhaps even a better question is, hypothetically speaking, let's say that everything that's happened over the past 3 years was done in good faith, that they truly believed the only way to get through some unknown threat was to do exactly what took place over the past couple of years. I would like to know what that threat was myself.
A lot of professional scientists and healthcare people would too.
Right? I'm just saying. I find it difficult to believe people who tell you things that make them money.
So, can I just try and sort of sum this up, folks? We've had a lot of conversations. The last one has probably been one of the most in-depth that we've had on the show. I hope you've enjoyed it. It's great actually hearing conversations from people where one person speaks and then another one speaks, and we're not yelling at each other.
Oh, well,
Very adult.
Leave it an hour. Go another hour, Grim, and we'll do that for you.
Yeah, no, you can do that later if I'm around. Seriously, I do want to thank everybody. We started off with streaming the protest in London, which is more like a walk. So disorganised, it was, I don't know, piss balls, a good way of putting it. We co-streamed that with the kind permission from Local Experiments. So I'm really pleased we were able to do that. And then when he finished streaming, we ended up getting into different topics, and the last one being around who controls the governments, etc. That's the sort of topic we can't really get into in any great detail because of terms of service. But I do want to thank you for having a conversation. Sasquatch, always good to see you, man. You're welcome anytime. You know that. Vincent, I think this is one of the first times you've been up on here for a long
I've been
time.
on your channel before.
Oh, I said for a long time. It's good to see you. Mellows, it's always a pleasure, mate. There's a way of turning down your... Yeah, there's a way of turning down your airplane there, it'd be great. I say that
It's called buy a
every
new
time.
laptop, mate.
Yeah. But anyway, folks, thanks very much for tuning in. Thanks for coming up, everybody. Thanks for being respectful in the chat. It always helps. And thanks for getting involved as well, because without you, we don't have a show.
Could I just say, Sasquatch, do you have a channel? Do you do panel talks and things?
Actually, I interview individual YouTubers to let them explain the content and why and how and what when.
Comment in the chat so I can sub to you, please. I've got everyone else. Thank you, Grim. Thank you for letting me on, and always a pleasure, man.
Why wouldn't I, sir? You never caused me any harm.
Oh, blimey, you got Madonna in the chat here now. I didn't know you had the types like Madonna in the chat. I would have reconsidered coming on if I knew that.
I haven't got any Madonnas in the chat.
All you need is Gripper in the chat, and you've got your Common and Garden Gossip channel.
Oh, it's fine. Everyone's welcome here. It doesn't make a blind bit of difference. I don't care as long as everyone's respectful and you keep your shit at the door. That's all I ask. Right, folks.
So I'm going to be the first to leave. Cheers, Mellows. Cheers, Grim. Cheers, Sasquatch. Have a
mate.
good day.
Bye. Saves getting kicked out. Bye.
Thanks, Grim. Take care, mate.
Yeah. Cheers.
Thanks, Plan Raven.
I'll speak to you later. As you say. Right, guys. Sasquatch, thanks so much. If next time you're live, if I'm awake, I'll jump on as always. We don't have an afterlife show here.
Yeah, no, I'm just going to be annoying and sit here and smile a lot.
Oh, that's fine. You'll be on your own, mate. Right, guys. I'll see you all later. Take care now. Bye.